Hey, Doc, my hedge fund has been approved for alternative IRA investments.
All right.
So that means anyone with a goddamn retirement account can invest. You know, not just rich people. What? So is it a lottery?
Yeah.
You make jerky out of it, or what do you do with the sausage? Sausage, yeah.
Sausage. Why is it not good for anything else, guys?
I don't think so.
It's a little gamey. Yeah.
What's that? Bear?
Antelope.
What? Oh, pronghorn?
Yeah, I don't care for it. My mom used to like it. I used to save the tenderloins and a couple pieces of backstrap for her.
Yeah, I don't care for it either.
One of my guys.
Some early
Jesus.
This one guy I worked with made the whole thing into jerky. It's actually pretty good. Yeah.
As long as I can't taste it, I'm fine.
I'm not a big fan of bear either. Yeah.
What does that taste like?
What tastes like bear?
I mean, is it kind of gamey?
It's more gamey than like deer or elk.
Yeah, it's got a game, but
I would
it's
think
real
so.
fatty too.
Yeah. So the one we've got a stairwell comes out and it's over the ceiling up above it.
The current temperature in Denver is 61 degrees.
Oh, okay.
With your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 6:30 K-Hop.
I was with my ex-brother-in-law and his buddy. His buddy had a tag, and just tagging along with them, you know, that's scary shit. Because he tagged it good, rolled it over. You know, we sat there for 20 minutes or so and it wasn't moving. We got within about 50 feet, boom, off, right into the Quakies. Like, son of a bitch.
I like it better when I can see it.
Yep. So it's 2:30, 3 o'clock now, so it's starting to get a little shadows and stuff, and so we're crawling around and they're trying to find this thing because he's hurt, you know, and there's blood and you could see it, and you could smell him, you could hear him every once in a while.
Who's that?
Could not see it. A bear.
Oh.
I'd rather shoot defenseless pronghorns or something. Yeah. That was a little creepy. Because even when we knew he was dead, it was still kind of creepy. You
I
know.
told you about my buddy when he lived at home. When we got that one for the DFW.
Really?
We were shooting a problem. Paul was contracted to go get this bear, and I tagged along with him, and he shoots everything in the shack. Took us about 3 days when we found him.
Uh-oh. Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show where we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, making your life easier. It's the only place in the media where no one is trying to change your politics or religion. We're just trying to help you. Yeah, you're not going to be preached to. You're just going to be helped. Now, we talk about things, don't get me wrong. For example, like shoplifting, but it doesn't have to be political. I think everyone agrees shoplifting is wrong. The reason I bring that up is that Walmart went to court. Some guy sued Walmart and took their asses to court. And they said they had no right to ask for a receipt at the door. This guy was so pissed. He actually sued for all kinds of stuff, saying they had no right, but Walmart was vindicated. He reportedly said he was trying to walk out of the store and was falsely imprisoned. They did not detain him. They just asked for a receipt. But Colorado's second highest court said, you know what? They were within their rights. They did nothing wrong.
Good.
Now, this was during, I forget when this happened. Obviously, it got to court recently, but it happened, I think, last year. But here's the deal. He filed 5 lawsuits. And the point is, where did we get the idea that shoplifting is okay? Where did we get the idea?
It's ridiculous, isn't it?
I mean, and now if you get stopped, you're pissed.
It's the woke DAs that won't prosecute.
Well, it's more than that. It's not just the DAs that won't prosecute. The stores themselves don't do anything.
Yeah, they could have their own security, and they choose not to.
They sure could.
Yeah.
And did you know that there are statutes on the books? Listen to this. I bet you didn't know this. Do you know that there's an automatic civil penalty for those who shoplift? So if you're caught shoplifting, they can take the stuff back and assess a civil penalty against you and get almost an automatic judgment. They levy what amounts to a civil fine against you. Look it up. Now, let's talk to Lisa. Lisa, what's going on with you? By the way, the voice you're hearing, we have Kevin Calkin. That was Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech. We have Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We're doing Auto Day today, but we talk about everything. Like Lisa wants to talk about something. Go ahead, Lisa. What's happening?
Yes, I was curious if you knew about any references in pursuing collecting Social Security benefits, death benefits.
Yeah.
With,
okay, Lisa.
over 10 years.
Yeah. Now, Lisa, your phone sucks, by the way, but I think you're asking about death benefits. Is this for your spouse?
My ex-spouse.
Lisa, was this your spouse that died?
My ex-spouse.
Okay. And your ex-spouse, were you married 10 years?
A combination of common law and on paper for 7 years.
Well, that's the problem.
That's what I thought.
Because you'd have to really prove that you were married. Ex-spousal Social Security works if you were married a certain amount of time, okay? And then if you do get them, a lot of people misunderstand what spousal benefits are. It's 50% of their benefit, only to the extent that it's more than yours. So would it be more than yours?
I believe so.
But okay. So here's the way it works. If your Social Security benefit is $700 a month and your spouse's is $1,500 a month, then you would get an extra $50.
Oh, wow.
So that's all. You'd get an extra. In other words, what it means is this. You get half of your spouse's Social Security payment above yours. So what it means is you don't get double and you don't get all of it. It brings your payment up to what theirs would be half of theirs. So like I said, that's the easiest example was the one I told you. If your spouse gets, if you get 700 and your spouse gets 1,500, 1,500 divided by 2 is 750. His is more than yours, so you add 50 to yours. That's the way it works. But only if you are married. And here's the deal. They don't recognize common law unless it was established before he died. So I don't know how you're going to... When did he die? Or she? When did they die?
I believe he would have been July of... It's been a couple of years now.
Okay.
July
the best... it's not going to hurt to try. How many actual years were... How many were you married, actually?
7.
7. And you claim before that you were common law.
Correct.
It has happened before. People have gotten it. Did you try and they turned you down?
Well, it's coming up. And so I guess I didn't know how to go about it, what to do first.
What's coming up? Your 62nd birthday is coming up?
No, I was told 60 in a day.
Well, okay. It's 62, by the way, but
Okay, and maybe that's
Unless they
okay,
changed
then I
it.
may need to call.
I don't think it's 60. I think it's no.
Okay, well, that's what I've been waiting for, to turn 60 and a date.
Well,
and I didn't know whether to
because to
apply
get their Social Security, you have to have your own first. Now, I hope I hope I'm not steering you wrong here. I don't think I am. And if somebody knows more, but I do not believe you get it at 60. It's
okay. Well,
go ahead.
I'll give them another call and make sure I confirm exactly what the process
and
is.
then find out what they would require for common law. Do that. 303-713-TALKS, 713-8255. Now, Richard's got an oil pressure problem. Guys, let's weigh in on this. Go ahead, Richard.
Hey, Tom, I have a 2005 Buick Rainier. So every time I start it up when it's cold, the oil pressure goes from like 40 to 0, back up, 40 to 0, until it warms up, and then it's perfectly fine.
Wait a minute. Your oil pressure goes from 40 back down to 0, then back up again?
Yeah, so it keeps going modulated between 0 and 40 while it's warming up until it gets warm. And the engine doesn't sound any different, but I don't know what could be wrong.
Is there, let me ask you something, guys. We were talking about thermostats. Oils have thermostats too, right?
No, not
They
really.
don't?
They'll have sensors to monitor temperature, but they won't regulate it.
I have an oil thermostat that lets the oil get cooled at a certain temperature or circulates it. You know, it has an oil cooler on it.
Separate cooler, yeah.
It has an oil cooler, but it doesn't go through the oil cooler until the thermometer sends
Not
it.
that I'm aware of on cars.
Really?
And
Yeah.
I
Okay.
changed the oil sensor first thing. I changed the oil sensor first thing, and I thought just to change it, but it still does exactly the same thing. But when it's warm, it's fine. But when it's cold, it just does that. So I just want to make sure like it wouldn't be affecting my engine or something bad's happening when I'm starting it up.
Well, if you go to zero pressure, I'm questioning whether it really is zero.
That's the first thing I would do is screw a manual gauge on and just watch it. Take all the electronics out of it.
What do you think, Jeff?
They actually had a TS.
Hold on. Is your mic? Hey, plug it in, bro. No, I meant that. Yeah. See, this is our mechanic here. I didn't have it plugged in. Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, there's actually a TSB for disappearing oil pressure on that, and the
Really?
oil pressure monitoring light. Yeah, it's reads that inspect the valve lifter oil filter for debris and sludge that may be restricting flow to the sensor. So you could have pressure, but the sensor's not picking it up.
That's weird. Okay, but that sounds more like it, because if you have zero pressure, how long would it take someone to notice that in the drivability? Like almost immediately.
Well, you would hear ticking and all kinds of noises coming from the motor. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it runs fine. Well, it's after it warms up. The mouth tells you to shut down the engine sometimes when you're doing it, and then if you go and step on the gas, it's perfectly fine. The pressure comes right back up. So.
All right. Well,
I would verify it. That's the first thing I would do.
Oh, definitely.
Thanks.
all right, man. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Kelly did that to me on purpose to make me look silly.
I'm so sick of this Lavage commercial.
It's got to be working. They keep doing it. It's hay fever season, so I'm sure they're trying to. The Social Security.
Yes, because she has to call them.
So what was up with your buddy and the bear? You started telling?
So we finally caught up to it, and we're elevated up above it. He's got a nice shot. Plinks it right in the base of the neck, and drops it like a used rubber. Well, we had to retrieve the bear for DOW. And we're, I don't know, 300, maybe 400 yards away from someplace we could bring in a machine. So Paul's a big guy. He figures he's just going to carry it out. He hands me the shotgun. He rolls this thing over onto its back, lays down on it, grabs both paws, and stands up. Well, this thing still had a lung full of air.
Oh, shit.
So when the weight of that bear came down on the chest, all that air came through those vocal cords, right through that ground, right there.
And what did it do?
He shat his pants and got up near his tree.
That's like the death growl.
I saw the whole thing, so I'm just laughing my fool ass off.
Well, they're intimidating.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even a small black...
especially when it's in your ear.
Yeah. But I mean, even a small black bear is not small.
Yeah, it's about 300 pounds.
Yeah, that's the one we were working, about 250, 275 probably, yeah. But I mean, the paws and the teeth and yeah.
Mm-hmm. And they're strong 300 pounds.
And the smell.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have a bad odor to
They
them?
stink.
Bad
Oh,
too?
yeah. Oh, they're terrible smell. Kind of skunky.
No shit.
So their prey can smell them from a while.
They'll smell you before you smell them.
Oh, they got a great...
No, I'm saying their prey. I'm talking about us. Can their prey smell them from a far distance?
Well, black bears don't hunt much. I mean, they're gatherers more than anything.
Yeah. They'll grab the occasional deer or something. But
Yeah. It's not like a grizzly or something where they're stalking.
The oil thermostat that I have an oil in it, and the one that I have is an automotive one. It's an
I've never heard of an oil
It's an
thermostat
automotive.
before,
I'll
have
get you the part. It's an automotive thermostat. So what it does is it routes oil to the cooler only when the oil gets to a certain temperature. Yeah. That's weird.
Bypass valve, yeah.
It looks like an H, but anyway.
they're all over inside trannies anymore.
Yeah.
Thermal bypass. We usually try to defeat the dang things. There's all sorts of products out there to get them off the car.
Some people take out the water thermostat and the oil thermostat because they say they doubt at this altitude we're ever going to run too hot.
Mm-hmm.
Or, excuse me, too cool.
Too
I'm
cool,
sorry, too
yeah.
cool
Yeah.
is what I mean.
Well, it's common for people to put in
Is-
thermostats during.
So is it really, so thermostats are important when they put it in at the manufacturer. Our engines, is it bad when an engine doesn't heat up a lot? You want it to
Yeah,
heat
you
up.
want it to heat up. It's going to run more efficiently. It's common for people to put in cooler thermostats during the summer for higher performance, because you'll actually get higher performance. They'll burn a lot more.
You want it to burn hotter.
Yeah.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America. Another round of rain on the way for your Friday temperature today with lows 70. This is going to be fun Saturday with the rain as we get to this afternoon and this evening. I'm Fox 31 Super Weather Guru Walter Calderon. Why is the country plunging into chaos? People invading our borders by the thousands. Threat of AI, critical race theory in schools. Red Pilled America tackles all these issues and more.
Some people say that in the winter they have to actually cover part of their radiator.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Well, you see the semis going down the road, you know, they got the cover on the grill with almost like a zipper on it so they can open
I've
it.
got a cover for my truck.
Yeah.
You know, I put in Alliant anyway. That reduces my gelling point.
Yeah.
Because I think it's 15 below with Alliant.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. It's car day, but we'll take any calls and try to help you. Now, Pat has an issue with solar. Pat, what's going on with you? What's happening? Oh, I got to bring you up here. Hold on, Pat. It's my fault. Go ahead, Pat. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Hi.
That's okay. Last September, I signed a contract with Thunder Energy, and it involves Mosaic Credit Union and Freedom Forever.
Now, wait a minute. Did you call? Have you called us before?
No, I just called this morning.
I really had I had a problem like this before with the same companies. They had three.
Boy.
There were three different. One was the installation, one was the sales, and one was the finance company. The same the same combination. So what?
Oh my gosh.
So tell me, who was the sales organization? Refresh my memory on this.
It was Thunder Energy, and the salesperson was Jake.
Thunder Energy, okay, and or is it Sunder? Is it like Sunder?
SUN.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
Now, Sunder Energy sold it. Who installed it?
Freedom Forever installed it.
Yep, that's it. Installed by Freedom, and then it was financed by
Mosaic
Yep.
Credit Union.
Okay, same thing, and the problem they had a terrible problem getting service. What's going on with you?
Same thing. They put the solar panels up within a month, and I still do not have them connected at all. They keep saying, "Oh, they need a new design. There's an issue with Excel." I have called them a million times, and they won't come out and connect them.
This company, the last call we had, I'm trying to find it because this seems to be a terrible pattern.
Oh boy.
The last time I'm looking for it right now, dear. Hold on one second. I'm going to find it. Okay. Sherry called. Same thing. Freedom Forever, Sunder, and the finance company. And they put the controls on the wrong side of the house. It wasn't passed. She's gathering her contract info. Smarty called them. I don't know what happened with them, but he called them. He was taking this problem. So what's the last you heard from them?
Last I heard from them was that they had to resubmit a design. They came out, and I have 2 huge 6-foot holes in my backyard, and I've never heard back from them.
Oh, my God. These people are clowns. Now, are you sure the sales arm was Sunder and the install was Freedom Forever? I think that was it. You're right.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Yep.
I should have put in the contract that they needed to complete it within 4 to 6 months, but I didn't do that.
Oh, man. I'm telling you, these are bad people. I want to get Deputy Smarty Pants was supposed to be working on this other one. I'm wondering if he found out anything. Let's ask him. I know that he's listening. Kachina, let's give this one to him. We're going to give this to one of our associates who investigates solar. He's pretty good at it. And I want to see what he comes up with, especially now if he has 2 problems from the same group of companies. This is ridiculous. So how much did you pay them everything already?
No, I'm under contract for monthly payments with Mosaic Credit Union.
Are you paying that?
Yes.
This is terrible. You're paying for something that's not working.
Exactly.
When did your payments start?
January.
This sucks, man. This sucks. We got to get right on this. Hold on. We're going to give it to somebody to work on. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Kachina, let's give line 3 to Smarty Pants. Carolyn, you want to talk about a follow-up. What's going on? I want to try to find your original problem. What's going on?
Well, yes, I was kind of calling just to find out. My daughter, she filed her taxes through TurboTax.
Now, did you call us before, Carolyn? This one. Oh, yeah. She did her taxes, forgot to add some part-time wages, so she amended her tax return. We were going to get on Larson Tax Relief for you to talk about what we do about this. So hold on a sec. Hey, Kachina, I'm sorry, she's very busy. We got to get Larson on. I don't want you to hang up. I want you to hold on. We're going to get Larson Tax Relief. And then we will see what there are some steps you can take. Did you tell me when she looks online she can't find her taxes were filed?
Yeah, then when you go in and do the IRS.gov, they can't find her. She called TurboTax.
Okay, so she did her taxes by TurboTax the first time, right?
Yes, and then when she amended them, she called TurboTax back.
She did. But she actually amended them. Is that correct?
As far as I know, yeah, because when she called TurboTax to check on.
How did she
if
amend it,
everything
though? If she can't find her taxes, how did she amend it?
She went online and did it, I think, on her phone, and it looked like everything went through. And then she called TurboTax, and they said, "Well, we can. It went through, but you may not get as much back or something." And
Right.
then we ended up getting some some papers in the mail.
And what did they say?
They said she owed like $25 more because of doing the second W.
Okay, so they did get the amendment, and you got an IRS notice that you owe $25 more?
Yeah, $25 more.
Well, okay, that's a good sign. That's a good sign. Did she? So it's $25 they're going to take from her refund, right?
Actually, I think that's what they did, because she was going to go ahead and pay it, and then it looked on there and said it was already paid. So I think they took it from her refund.
Right.
But when she called TurboTax, her refund was initially supposed to be about $1,000. When she called and after she amended, and the W-2 was only like $350, so it wasn't even like a big, second W-2. They told her it would only be like $400.
All right. So here's
like,
what are you complaining because she didn't get a refund?
Well, we haven't gotten anything yet. And
all right, but here's what I want to know. Originally, when she filed, what was her refund going to be?
I think $998.
And then it went down because they took another $25.
Yeah, that was when they told her it went down to like 400 and something.
Though that doesn't make mathematical sense. Who told her that?
I know that.
Who told her that?
TurboTax did.
Well, that doesn't make sense. But the IRS said she only owes another $25.
Yeah, and that's what's confusing. And so they said, well, you'll have to wait because it's going to be another. It's going to have to be sent back and redone and blah blah blah. And that was over 2 months ago when she amended, and we haven't heard a thing. So about.
All right, hold on. Kachina, we do need to get Larson. We will. Hold on. We're going to get all these people on and talk about this. 303-713-8255.
This report is sponsored by the Truth with Lisa Food podcast.
Some significant slowdowns around the Denver metro and beyond. Morning, starting on the east end of town. I-235 southbound between I-70.
Should get your Bud Light for the weekend.
Yep. Waiting on my rebate check. Did you see that? They're handing out rebates.
Yeah, you buy it for $20, you get a rebate check for $20.
I'm trying to remember what store had it. They had like a case for, I think it was $13.99.
For what? Bud Light?
Bud Light. Then you get a
Bud Light's
$20
offering
rebate.
No one's doing it.
Bud Light's offering a $20 rebate, so you can actually make money off of them.
Yeah.
How do you make money off?
Because
Bud Light will
is
send you a
offering
rebate.
Trying to get people to buy beer.
They don't want to take it back.
Show you bought it, right?
Yeah, but some of the stores have there's a case on sale for like $13.99.
Oh.
But there's expiration dates on the Bud.
Yeah.
They've lost billions.
Mm-hmm.
A fire, a flood, a broken pipe, asbestos, black mold. They're called property catastrophes, unattended death. Meth lab in one of the rentals. That's a catastrophe for sure. You know what makes that catastrophe worse is when you let your insurance company pick a schlock restoration company to fix things up, because they only pay once, then they're out of the picture, these insurance companies. You're stuck with the mess. So you got to pick the right company up front, and I recommend American Restoration 24/7. The people I tell my friends and neighbors to use, 8337 AM REST. That's 8337 AM REST. They have the certifications and the know-how, the knowledge, and the associations with experts to get the job done right. Give them a call, 8337 AM REST. Don't even think about it. I've done the shopping for you. amrest247.com.
I don't understand why all these other companies are following suit. I mean, you had Target, who had their big shabacle.
I know.
North Face, which I don't think North Face is going to get hurt.
It's almost like they want to fucking join the fray. It's
Yeah.
almost like they say, fuck, we can do it. You know, here's something, though. Technically, in a publicly traded company, I mean, they don't have a fucking right to do it. It's not freedom of speech. They're not fucking individuals. They represent shareholders. And they're not all fucking of like mind. Did they poll the stockholders?
No, the shareholders for Budweiser are actually filing suit against Bud.
No one wants a company to take a fucking political stand on anything. Fuck your political stand. I don't give a shit what you think. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. No, it's sheer stupidity.
It all started with the common marriage thing. Remember, I mean, they went after Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
So they believe in common traditional marriage. So what? You make a good fucking sandwich.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is Bud Light is all advertising and it's all promotion, but it's not that good. You know, it's okay. It's just
but it's cheap. It's
cheap.
You buy it for the barbecue type of beer.
Yeah.
They'll just, Michelob Ultra.
Larry Elder's running for president.
Who?
Larry Elder.
Why?
Who did you say? Just who?
But the other thing, the comments from the advertising lady. You know,
Yeah, that was
tired of
stupid.
Bud Light commercials being beer chugging fratty boys.
So Steve and Mike are both in hearings. Steve is out at 11, he thinks, so I'm gonna see if he can do 11:15.
Well,
and I
if
can
Steve
just call
can't,
her
we
back.
have, you're talking about Larson?
Yeah.
And then we have the other
Mike.
guy. Mike.
He's also in a meeting.
What's
Steve
his
and
name?
Mike.
Plantinga.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mike is also in a hearing.
So one or the other. So.
Yeah, so we may have to call her back if he can do 11:15. So just letting you know.
Okay.
I think it was Light.
Tell Carolyn we don't want to hold her.
Tell everybody to throw away all their old beer
Right, I have her number, so
posters
I'm
and
saying
stuff
that
with
we can call
pretty
her back.
girls on them.
Yep. But it's just not knowing your market. I mean, if you don't understand who's buying your product, how can you possibly advertise?
That's the key.
You know, if you don't want to work for a company that's beer chugging fratty boys, then go to work for Heineken or something, or whatever.
You might have got away with it with like White Claw or something.
Yeah. No, just
which
what the fuck were they thinking? Taking a beer and in honor of women, first of all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
transgender,
the
I know.
irony of it.
Yeah.
In honor of women.
Yeah. And didn't they name
I don't think anyone would have cared if they had a bunch of women around here.
No, or at least if they just would have promoted it. Hey, we're supporting Gay Pride Month, and here's some special collector's cans or something. But no, you did it the wrong way, man.
But that, like I said, then the comments from that lady who did the advertising.
But I mean,
trashing her.
They're trying to convince people that if I identify as a woman, I am a woman.
Yeah.
No, I don't give a rat's ass. You're still not.
But
You identify as one. You're pretending to be. I mean, you really are. That's the truth. You're not a woman.
No.
Now
that's why the Democrats
You know
won't
what?
take the
And
time
then
to
they have
define
the
a woman.
nerve to say in the same breath, science is real.
Yeah.
That's
Follow
one of their,
the
that's one of their
science.
mantras.
But then they try to say that science is, that science says that there are this many genders. I'm sorry. I love the one I saw the other day where one of these people were trying to, convince them of all these different genders, and if they identify as a woman, it is a woman. He said, well, you're an EMT, right? So if you show up for an emergency and this guy's got massive bleeding, it's a transgender female. I said, are you going to check to see if it's an unusual pregnancy or something? No. Okay.
Yeah, no,
I know, and they won't say mothers. They say birthing people.
I know.
It's insane.
I guess I'll just start talking because Shannon is so late on the buttons. I don't know, Shannon, have you had coffee today? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let me just tell you, waterpros.net will get you the best water systems at the lowest prices. And I mean the best. Water quality. And you can get drinking water at your kitchen sink under $1,000 fully installed. 303-862-5554. Let's go to the phones. And we're going to have the tax people on there in meetings right now, so we'll postpone that call until we get it. And we're going to talk cars as much as you want to talk cars and anything you call about. Let's talk. Like Raymond, welcome. What's happening, Raymond? Are you there, Raymond? Hello?
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Hey, what's happening, Ray?
Well, Just wanted to share an experience I had with
All right.
car company in Colorado Springs. It's really treated rudely, kind of gives consumers a warning. So I haven't resolved the issue. But in a nutshell, I went to help my son's business basically buy a vehicle. He's got a company. His credit isn't the best. He's doing really well.
What did you buy? Just curious. What did you buy?
Well, he didn't buy from, and that's kind of what I'm telling this.
All right. So you shopped for a car where?
At Lakeside Auto in Colorado Springs.
And this was for a used one?
Yeah, it was a used one, but a decent one. I mean, he ended up getting a Dodge 3500.
Okay.
You know.
So anyway, what went wrong that compels you? What went so wrong that compels you to call us? What happened?
Yeah, so when I went in the first time, I brought in a car to trade in, and we had about $20,000 down payment. And the salesperson was trying to hustle me into signing contracts, and I told him, I was like, we really just want to pay this off quickly. I like this truck. My son likes this truck. I'll come back tomorrow with the down payment, and I was getting some work done on the Cadillac I was going to trade in to go into the company vehicle, and he just kept pressuring me. And
now, wait. But pressuring you to do what?
To give him money, to put a down payment down so that he'll hold the truck for me. Right?
I thought you did say you're going to put $20,000 down, right?
We were going to, but we didn't have it.
Oh, you were going to bring back $20,000
with the car that they had already looked at and said, we'll give you X amount of dollars for this car.
Okay, so what they wanted something like just something, a deposit.
Right, and I just told them I'm not going to do that yet. Send me the paperwork.
Got it.
The agreement, so we can review what your terms are, and then I'll bring
Got
it.
Got it. I get it.
So this guy starts blowing up my personal number, sending me pictures of the truck. Hey, man, send me $500 right now. Send me $1,000 right now. And I told him, I said, just stop. Please stop. He kind of left me alone for a couple of days, and I thought, he's just being a salesman, not a big deal. He's trying to do his job. And I come back in, and I told him we just pretty much want to do like a 90-day same as cash. We're going to pay the whole truck off within a couple months. And he had sent me a text saying, yep, I talked to the owner. We can do that. Don't worry about it. And so I come back in with money to do this, and they changed the terms on me. He's like,
how did they change it?
He said he wanted me to sign an agreement to pay $1,100 a month for 84 months.
What?
And I was like, that's $100,000. I was like, there's no way I'm going to sign this.
So here's what he was saying. He was saying he can't trust you for 90 days, same as cash, but if you do a loan, you can always pay it off sooner, right?
Right. That's in a nutshell what he was trying to say.
Okay.
But he was bringing me in under the false pretenses and just trying to pressure me into these legal agreements. Because I told him, I said, we don't want long-term financing.
I know. But to be fair to them, and listen, I understand you have a bad taste in your mouth. I understand that. That goes without saying.
Well, this ain't the bad part.
Okay, get to the bad part then.
This ain't the bad part. So when he continued to pressure me, I left. And he starts blowing up my phone. Send me money now. Send me money now. Send me money now. And I told him, I said, look, man, this deal is already done. Just relax.
What do you mean already? What do you mean already done? From somewhere else?
No, like he had already sold me. It's like we're just in the process of doing the rest. You know what I mean?
But you weren't in the process of doing the rest because you didn't want a loan. You wanted 90 days same as cash, right?
Right, but he had sent me a text saying I had talked to the owner. We're giving you 90 days same as cash.
Got it. Okay.
Right?
So how did it all end? How did it all end?
Well, how it ended is I told him, I said, if you don't stop blowing up my phone, I'm going to give you guys a bad review on Google. And then he basically told me to F off, start threatening me via text, told me to do sexual things to him through text. And so I called the company and I said, what in the heck is going on with you people? Like, this was a done deal. We had $20,000 cash, a car to trade in, and this is how your salespersons treat me. And so they were like, oh, we're going to deal with this. We're going to deal with this. And then they didn't really deal with it. As far as I know, he may still be working there. But
Wow.
the fact of the matter is, I tell them, like, I'm a disabled veteran, 100% service connected, disabled for.
Hey, I understand you being upset with that. I do. And you did the right thing, though. You didn't buy from them. You went somewhere else. You did the right thing. I mean, that's what shopping's about, right?
But here's the warning to people: is instead of them dealing with the situation and the sexual and the perversion of their people,
Yeah.
they would not even let me talk to a higher level manager. They would not even.
And I
deal
call
with the
that
situation.
I call that a roadblock, and what that means is they already lost your sale, so they didn't care. Now, what they don't realize is they created an enemy for life, because when you roadblock people, it makes things worse. It totally makes things worse. And that's what they did. They took a situation that could have easily been dealt with and made it worse at Lakeside Auto. And that's what this show's about, talking about stuff like that. And thank you. I mean, what else can we do, right? You gave an on-air review. Lakeside Auto in Colorado Springs. John, what's going on with AC?
Hi, Tom. Thanks for taking my call.
What's happening, man?
Hey, well, we had a evaporative cooler, also called a swamp cooler,
right.
To cool our house in the summer for many years, liked it, but we needed a new furnace, so I bought a new furnace and had them install air conditioning with it. And so
basically, you bought a whole new HVAC system.
Correct.
Okay,
And
from
our house,
go ahead.
Our house was built in like '79, so
Okay.
it's an older house. And they put the air conditioning in, and now the middle floor, we have a walkout basement, 2-story, so we have 3 levels. The middle floor is where the thermostat is, and it's pretty comfortable, but the upstairs is a little hot, and the basement is freezing cold. And so my question to you is, it was a reputable company.
So the second floor is hot, you're saying, and the first floor, and the basement. Wait, tell me which. You have the thermostat on the second floor, and how's the temperature? The first floor is cool, and it's freezing on the basement. How's that working?
Well, the furnace and the air conditioning pipes come into the basement, and that basement is very cold, like you can't even use it in the summer.
Got it.
And then the main level, which is the first floor, that's where the thermostat is. That's comfortable. And then upstairs, it's hot.
Okay, I get it.
On the second floor, it's hot.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you buy, I figured I'm buying a whole new HV
That's
system.
right. And you would assume
My
that the
house will be
temperatures.
comfortable.
Yeah, but that's not so. Now listen, I got to tell you some real stuff here when it comes to your HVAC system. There are ways to remedy it. They could be to blame, not necessarily. Hold on, and I'll come back to that. So I thought he said his thermostat was on the second floor.
No,
basement is very cold. First floor
is comfortable.
Okay.
Some significant slowdowns around the Denver metro and beyond for the late morning, starting on the east end of town. I-25 southbound between
And
I-70
second
Colfax
floor.
Road work
It's warm.
continues with pretty heavy delays for folks leaving the DIA areas towards Aurora. West of there, closer to downtown I-70 west.
Do you like those QC fans? You like those?
I love them.
I mean, that's what I thought of when
I mean, my house just cools off so much.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it.
I'd rather have natural cold than air conditioning. That air conditioning gets
Man, I've not used air yet. Have you used AC yet? Okay. And I've used this whole house fan. I use it most of the time. Here's how it saves you a lot of money. You don't keep it running, your air conditioning, during the day. So if you're not home, a lot of people have to keep it at a certain temp, or it takes forever to cool. I don't. We come home, our house is sweltering. We turn that on, and it cools down immediately, and then you turn your air on, your air works less.
So you're working from 74 down instead of 84 down.
That's right.
Yeah.
So no matter what time of day you turn it on, when you come home from work, if your house is sweltering, you turn that on. Now, then air conditioning goes till about 8 at night, and then you turn it off and turn it back on because it's cool out. And then in the morning, I mean, Very seldom do companies give prices on the phone. The Art of Granite does. Why? Because they're happy. They love their deals, and they want you to know about them. Yeah, they'll compete with others on the phone. So here's what you do. Tell them what you want. They do any kind of solid surface, natural stone, man-made material, and they do it with prices on the phone because wholesale materials on all countertops and tear out and haul away is free. The bathroom's free when you do the kitchen. Give them a call. Get a price. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. theartofgranite.com. Hey, if you're looking to sell jewelry, whether it's junk or retail, you know, like, let's say antique, used, vintage, you can go to David Ellis Jewelry, an honest source of jewelry, of course, if you want to buy, but you can sell there too. Don't ever, please, meet someone in a parking lot or down or somewhere that you've met on social media. Go to a name we've trusted 40 years. David Ellis Jewelry, 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779. How much time do I have? Gotta use the restroom, bro.
Sologamy.
The what?
Sologamy. Women are actually going out and marrying themselves.
Huh.
What the fuck does that mean?
Well, if divorce yourself, who gets the bank account? What is the purpose? I don't understand.
They want the 15 minutes of fame, I guess.
I don't know. I'm just tired of it. Tired of getting lectured to, tired of being talked like you're an idiot. Which, you know, maybe I am, but I just don't understand our frickin' government's obsession with keeping men in women's sports. What is, you know?
No, my buddy, his daughter they were in the playoffs, high school playoffs, girls soccer. And their final playoff game, there was a boy on the opposing team. And the school was, dude, first of all, he kind of cheats in a way because he also plays on a club team for a boys club team. It goes by two different fucking names.
Well, that's not cheating. That's sort of cheating. That's just wrong. Yeah.
But the thing is, he plays on a very low-level boys team.
Sure. Well, that's typical.
And most of those girls were better than he was.
Yeah. I can remember in high school, you know, late 70s when I was in high school, that's when Title IX was, you know, coming about and different things were, you know, back and forth. I mean, we had a football team, so girls wanted to try out for the football team because there wasn't a girls team. And then the guys tried to try out for the volleyball team because there wasn't a men's volleyball. So, you know, and just all the give and take and push and shove that, you know, figuring that out.
Well, now you have boys volleyball.
Well, yeah, now you have different things, and there's a reason for separating.
There are
Not
some.
that boys are better, but I mean, they're bigger, stronger. Somebody's gonna get hurt.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, you get into the lower weight classes in wrestling, a lot of the girls can compete.
Oh yeah. Oh, there's some girl that wouldn't want to wrestle. But to work that hard at something and then have a guy come in and, you know.
Well, you got the swimmer, you got that runner here just a couple weeks ago.
Cyclist was another one. Have you ever heard of a tiger trout? Yeah.
What is it?
It's a hybrid brown and brook trout that the wildlife department puts in places to eat.
Yeah.
Over junk fish. They're sterile, aren't they?
I think so.
Are they like the wipers and stuff?
Wipers and muskies.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. 8255. 888heating.com says the same stuff. They'll give you the same brands for AC. They'll give you the lowest price guaranteed. 888heating.com. Put them to the test. 303-770-2776. Let's continue our festivities here today. And John was calling about HVAC system, a brand new system, and he's got uneven temperatures. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to take a comment first, and then I'm going to comment. It's not always a problem with the company. Now, here's what I think is the problem with the company. They should not oversell and underdeliver. If they put in a new system, they should explain, by the way, we're putting in a system, but you have an older house, your ductwork is insufficient, or your return air is insufficient, blah, blah, blah. Because people who assume they're going to have perfect temperatures are going to be disappointed. That's on the company. But did the company put in a new system? Probably. Did they do what they said? Probably. Did it solve the problem? Not necessarily. More work may need to be done. The problem would be with me if that they promised everything would be taken care of. You're going to have perfect temperatures, you're going to love it, blah, blah, blah. Or if they said they're going to improve the air circulation and they did not. Glenn, what is your comment on this? Go ahead, Glenn.
Well, I mean, you're hitting the nail on the head, but the biggest thing that we see that causes that in this industry around the Denver market is oversized air conditioning. And it's either oversized for the house in general or for the ductwork. But if you count your tonnage, let's say you got 3 tons, depending on the house, and it's a very generalized statement, of course, because you do have heat loads. If you got a house with 40 windows facing southwest, that house is going to need a bigger air conditioner than one that's the same square footage that's not so exposed to the sun. But that being said, let's say if we work with Xcel Energy for credits, they like to target like 1,200 square feet per ton because we don't have a lot of latent heat to deal with here. And they're not trying to get a system in that doesn't work. They want one in that works very efficiently and very effectively. But 800 to 1,200 square feet per ton isn't uncommon here. And if you're down around 600 or 700 square feet per ton, that's the problem.
Well, another problem is air circulation. On an older home, when he told me he had an older home, I can almost bet he doesn't have adequate ductwork.
Or high returns, yeah.
Right, or enough return air. So many people don't know how important return air is. Do you know most builders don't put in enough return air? And there was a company that went out, and all they did was return air. But here's what they advertised. Without changing out your system, without selling you something new, we can improve your AC and heat about 80% of the time. We can improve it. And they would go out to a house, find that they had inadequate return air, and put in more return air. That's all they did. And by doing that, improved immediately the efficiency. Wow. So, John, here's the deal. What did they promise you, John?
Well, Tom, they didn't promise me anything. They just came out and gave a bid on installing the unit.
What square footage do you have?
We've got about, I think it's like the first 2 floors are
total square footage.
25, well, including the basement, I think it's like 3,000.
Okay.
2,700, something
okay,
like that.
And how many, and really you shouldn't need a lot of air down there anyway in heat, but do you?
No.
Okay.
Well, we have two vents. I think the bottom line is the whole house was not designed originally for air conditioning.
I know it.
And so
how many?
Difficult to get that hot.
So your
have to
main
get
two
the cool
floors are what
air all the
size?
way up.
Your main two floors are what size?
They're like probably I think they're like 1,800 square feet on the first two floors.
Here's what I'd like to know: what size did you get in tonnage? Or
I don't know.
All right.
I don't know what it is.
Listen, did the company say they would come out and troubleshoot it?
Well, they did come out and look at it, but do you know anybody that if they're not going to take care of it, I need someone to come out and maybe rework the ductwork.
Okay, here's what I'm afraid of. No matter who you have come out, and I know it, even our people, they're going to want to do something like redo the whole thing and charge you a ton of money, and I don't want you to do that. So let's troubleshoot it and figure out someone who can work with what you have. That's what they're going to try to do. Yeah, I know anybody he calls, right, even on our list, they're going to say, "Oh fuck, we got to start from scratch." They're going to do it. They're not because everyone wants to do it. Even with cars, you don't want to take other people's problems and be responsible for them. They're not going to do it, and it's not anyone's fault, but they're not going to do it. We got to find someone who will actually take the time to make it right, without wanting to sell them a whole new fucking system. That's the problem. Finding someone like that. Jesus. Hey.
Have you watched any of that?
I watched the Nuggets, though, kick their fucking... Oh, my God. They're on fire. They're on fucking fire, man. All of them, not just the other guy. And can you believe the similarities of the two names of the two big Russians? They're both Nikolai, and one is Jokic and Jokic. Did you know that? I mean, I thought, when I saw the name, I said, wait, he's playing for them?
It looks like it, yeah.
What's going on? It was weird.
Yeah, I guess when they got to town, he actually took them out to dinner.
Oh, that's funny. Are they both Serbian?
Mm-hmm.
Why does that country have good fucking basketball players?
Well, you're talking two people out of an entire population. So it's not like the NBA is flooded with them.
a second on the spelling bee. God, these kids are brilliant. Unbelievable.
Well, if they just made English phonetic, it would have been such an easy language to deal with.
But is any language phonetic?
I was going to say,
Yeah,
look
there
at
are
German.
some languages that are phonetic.
Italian comes pretty close, but not too much. Not there are some pretty.
There was a thing on YouTube about that. There are some languages that are phonetic.
I think Italian's more phonetic than English, but not much more. Well, yeah, more, but
German's definitely not.
no.
German isn't?
Hell no.
Not, I mean, the pronunciation isn't phonetic?
No.
Huh.
And the other one was to break the I before E except after C rule.
Well, some of our language is just a melting pot of every other language.
What is?
My uncle was a thinker. He was a philosophy Jesuit. He always come up with the weirdest stuff. Like the word debt, D-E-B-T, is only that way because a king in England spelled it that way once. You know, things like that. I mean, why do we have a language based on stupidity?
And I read that a lot of it is sort of bastardization of French, because when the Normans came over from France in 1066, they were French speaking, and they just conquered an English speaking country. So there was a whole melding of languages, which is why we have so many French sounding words. And the spelling is sort of French as opposed to English.
This is actually a phonetic.
Excuse me? Oh.
No, seriously. It's a phonetic English.
Those are the new.
It was in the
Proposal or
70s
what?
and 80s.
Oh, you
Hey,
bought it. Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. One Clear Choice Garage Doors is here for you. I use them. I love them for garage doors, openers, and every part of it. And all of their prices are on their website, oneclearchoicedoors.com. They're efficient. They're cool. They're just great people. Very clean cut people come to your house. They just get to business. They fix everything. They are just good people. I've never found. It's almost like run like. I don't mean like the military in a bad way. I mean like really organized, together, knowledgeable. One Clear Choice Garage Doors, and the site is oneclearchoicestores.com, 720-370-3987 for any part of the garage door. Hey, listen, let's talk. We got a transmission question from Bill on a 2014 Chrysler 300. Well, I remember when those 300s came out. They were so cool looking. I remember them. And everyone thought, man, they look like Bentleys. Do you remember that? Anyway, when did they come out? What was the first year they came out? I forget.
I'm not real certain. I want to say
think they came out in 04 or 05.
Yeah, it's been a while.
So anyway, you had a 14. You have a 14. What's going on with yours, Bill?
Well, it just turned 60,000 miles, and
that's not much.
Went to the dealer and asked for a transmission filter and fluid change, and they said, we don't do filters. And I understand this is not a old GM 350 Turbomatic, but it's not a modern transmission either. I mean, that NAG 1 transmission, that 5-speed that Mercedes developed, I think that was in the mid-90s. And so is there a consumer reason why I shouldn't have that filter changed? And I'll just say this. I did ask a local independent, and he quoted scripture and verse. It doesn't require a filter change. Is there a real reason? Maybe your experts can.
It seems like a cheap preventive. Why wouldn't they do it? I don't know. Jeff.
Well, I mean, it became real commonplace after they came out with these flushing machines for places like Greasy Monkey, Jiffy Lube, and so on and so forth, just to run these flushes as opposed to going through the extra labor of removing parts and replacing parts.
It was mainly for economics.
It was. These guys were costing more money by touching transmissions than they were making, so they tried to make it idiot-proof. Well, the problem with that is they're not changing the filters, and so there's no way that all that debris is actually getting cleaned out of that system like they contend.
So you don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that.
They're just not doing it because they don't want to.
Right, and then ultimately, you make something idiot-proof and somebody goes out and makes a better idiot. These guys are still screwing stuff up.
And by the way, the idea or the notion, John, of lifetime transmissions or sealed, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. No, sealed is something they all have no dipsticks. You can't hardly add fluid to them. Yeah.
So what do you do with a sealed one if you want to service
You got to lift them up and take plugs out to fill them. Some you got to put fluid in to get fluid out to know if it's full.
God, that's
crazy.
So stupid.
Yeah.
Anyway, John, yeah, you should do that. Bill, you should do the filter, Bill. So, anyway, did you have another comment? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, just was going to say, Tom, I've been listening to you for many, many years, and I hope you go till at least 50.
Yeah, that's a thank you. Yeah, I will. When I turn 50, I might retire. Anyway, John, back to you. All right, John, I'm trying to figure out a company that will come to your house and just fix what you have, especially if you got a brand new system. But almost anyone I know, and I mean even good, honest companies, they're going to trash what you have and want to sell you everything new because then they'll be assured it's done right. So this is a dilemma. This is a dilemma. We need to find a company who's willing to work. What brand do you have?
Oh, boy. I don't know what brand it is. It's
a
big brand. I got it through Costco. I mean, it was somebody that was working through Costco and they put it in. I don't remember what.
Wait a second. Wait a second. When you went through Costco, you got the Costco guarantee now.
Okay.
Those people. So did you call back the contractor and say you're not satisfied?
I did.
And what did they say?
Well, they came out and looked at it, and
what did they say?
My wife talked to them. They said that it wasn't balanced, and you need to have the ductwork worked on.
Now, don't you think they would have told you that? Now, why didn't they tell you that before you spent all this money?
Exactly. That's what I would expect. Anybody that has this kind of a system put in would be expecting.
How much did you pay for the system?
Oh, I think it was like $5,000.
Well, you didn't overpay. That's for both AC. You didn't overpay. That's all right. That's for sure.
Right. But I'm just curious. It seems like the bottom line is that the ductwork isn't what it should be, And I'm wondering, should the contractor that put it in have a solution to that? In other words, if you're trying to put a pole
they
there,
should have never done. No, here's the solution. When they gave you the original bid, instead of 5,000, it would have been 10,000 because they would have reworked all the ductwork. I mean, what I'm getting at is they didn't screw you, they didn't cheat you, but they should have. But they should have informed you because it feels like you were cheated because you got a brand new system and you're not getting optimum results. Let me ask you this though: is the system at least better than you had?
You know, it is, but if you can't, the whole basement is finished and it's used a lot, and it's so cold you can't even go down there. So
I don't understand. And you only have 2 vents down there?
That's true. Yeah, we have 2 vents.
I don't understand. No, I would love to have one of our people go out there, but I'm afraid because they're perfectionists and they're going to try to sell you a whole new system. I have to literally call people and ask them if they're willing to do this as opposed to selling you a whole new system. I don't want someone going out there and then you spending another $12,000-$15,000 and they pull this one out. I don't want it. It's wasteful. We got to find someone who can make that work but you need to do me a couple favors. You need to find out the brand name. You got to find out the brand name and the size, okay? That of both the air and the furnace, and then you got to call us back. Meanwhile, if someone's listening and they're willing to go look at this, I don't know. We're going to call some people privately off the air and ask them if they're willing to look at it and take a stab at it without replacing the whole damn thing. Unless for some reason the whole damn thing's defective. But you know, then I'm going to give you something else to do. Ready? I want you to call Costco. And here's what I want you to say. The art of complaining is what I believe in. When you complain the right way, here's what you say to Costco. I bought a brand new HVAC system through you people. Now, it's working, but don't you think they should have told me my ductwork can't handle it? I wasted my money. It's no better than what I had. Now your contractor tells me my system is unbalanced due to bad ductwork. Had they told me that in the beginning, I may not have spent this money. Can you remember that? Go back to YouTube or somewhere and listen to it. That's what you tell them. Meanwhile, Kelly, get John's information for us to call him back. I'm going to try to find someone who's willing to help him out without trying to sell him a whole new system.
Online, it looks like Lennox is the brand that Costco sells.
Oh,
it's a good brand.
Now, do all Costco's do it?
I'm just looking locally. You know, that's what they're pushing is Lennox or Mr. Cool if you want the mini split kind of system.
Carolyn is back.
Hold on, guys. If you're in an accident and you start looking for an attorney, don't make the mistake of just calling the biggest and baddest firm where you're just a number. Can you believe some of them actually brag about how many attorneys they have and how many call centers and operators they have? That's the last thing you want. You're not calling the IRS. You're calling a personal injury attorney. And the emphasis on personal. So you want someone who will treat you personally, and that's John Fuller. He'll give you a cell phone number, and he'll work your case personally. He'll go over your case personally, and he'll even help negotiate your expenses to get you more money. So here's how you know he's for real. When you call, you're going to talk to him. That's right. And he's pledged to only take as many cases as he personally can handle. John Fuller, where you're not just a number, 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. I love when a company says guaranteed lowest price, guaranteed for life, and no money down. You only pay when you're 100% satisfied, and that's Garage Kings for garage floor coatings, patios, pool decks, sidewalks, garage aprons. Give them a call, garagekings.com, 720-252-0370. Guaranteed for life, lowest price, no money down. 720-252-0370.
Yeah, on the website it says a Lennox dealer will fulfill your order.
What's that? Oh, Lennox, good.
That's all they.
That's
sell.
great shit.
Yeah.
That's good. Does it say who the contractor is?
They got multiple.
There's multiple ones.
That's pretty cool. $5,000 for furnace and air conditioning installed now.
So cheap.
That's nothing. Now, Doc, growing up, my dad's brother had this Unifon alphabet. They were testing it in Chicago and New Orleans with inner city kids to try to teach them how to read.
Really?
Because it's like 5 different A's,
Yeah.
because A, I, E,
Right.
all that. It's 40 characters in the alphabet. And the kids could read, within a year, they were reading on 3 levels higher.
Wow, that's
Just when
amazing.
they went back to the old alphabet, they understood it better.
You know, if you,
I'm
if you
just mad because we used to have T-shirts, and it was hysterical because all the letters were upside down. I thought he made a mistake, and he says, "No, look at it."
oh, you're looking at
You
it,
can
yeah.
look at it, yeah.
You know, if you look in a dictionary, it's all phonetic.
Yes.
So why couldn't we have used that to start with? It would have been so much, I mean, because you could have O-U-G-H, right? There's 6 different ways to pronounce that. It's crazy if you're trying to learn English.
Try to do a voice text and see how many variations of a
Yeah.
word there are. Yeah. But there actually is an alphabet out there. It's just not used or accepted.
It's like the metric system.
Yeah.
Why the fuck don't we use a metric system?
Why would we?
What?
Why would we?
Because it's so much easier and it conforms with the rest of the world.
Fuck the rest of the world. They can come over our side.
Now, when you work on foreign cars, they're all metric, right? So you need 2 sets of tools.
Not necessarily.
No, most American vehicles are metric.
Are they really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the problem is when you get an old car and you need a 1/2-inch bolt, or something, you got to dig through a scrap pile because I don't have any standard nuts and bolts
Right.
anymore.
And it just would make, I mean, it would make learning it so much easier and so much more applicable. Just, a meter is so many centimeters and a kilogram is, I mean, it's just so.
It's the same thing with the American system.
Yeah.
A foot is so many inches.
But just convert it.
Right.
254 grams in a pound. 2.54 centimeters in an inch.
By the way, I can't listen to a forest fire report or a weather report anymore.
About global warming.
Why?
Without being preached to about climate change.
Mm-hmm.
I was taught that the Canada fires, the NBC reporter, and of course, this is all brought about by climate change.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yeah, because there were no forest fires before.
no, never was.
We came up with
Climate
these phony
change
documents.
is a fucking religion.
We didn't have volcanoes either.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, some of it is due to climate change, but climate change is it's a natural process.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, now we have Steve Sizik up from Larson Tax Relief. Thank goodness. They are our tax experts, and I wanted to explain what the problem is Carolyn called in about. Carolyn, thanks for coming back, and I'm gonna explain this. Her daughter did her taxes on TurboTax, Steve, and it was filed electronically. Then she forgot to claim some wages on a part-time job. So she went back and filed an amended return through TurboTax. She got a notice that the return was filed. In fact, she got a notice from the IRS saying that she had to pay a little more money because of it, and that was $25, and it was going to be taken out of her refund, or that it was already paid. Her original refund was going to be $998. And now you take another 25. But no matter what, here's the bottom line. What Carolyn's daughter is trying to do, this is Carolyn's daughter, she's trying to get an update on her where the refund is. She hasn't gotten it. And how long ago was this 1099X, the amended return, filed? How long ago?
About 2 months now.
Okay. Now, Steve, is that a long time to wait for a refund after filing that, or what?
No, not after an amended return is filed. They can be up to 6 months before they actually will process and turn those around, unfortunately.
Okay,
well,
so
what our problem was when we go back onto IRS.gov and it says where's my refund, they said they can't find anything on her.
Oh, okay, so they processed the amended return, but then they have removed the original refund that was owed, is what you're trying to...
No, they can't find a return at all. They can't find a record of her.
Nothing.
What do you find when she goes on to look for her return? Where does she go? To the IRS website?
Yeah, the IRS.gov.
And what does it say? Does it say can't find it, or what? What is it? What?
Yeah, it says can't find results, can't find anything. It says can't find.
Now, Steve, I heard other people running across this, and it doesn't necessarily mean they don't have it.
Right. So what may have happened is that website is trying to track the original return, and the original return is no longer valid, right? So it's the amended return that is posted to their system. But sometimes their system doesn't pick up amended return, so they just say, we don't have a return. And so it's it's a bit of a logistical disaster. There's a couple of options. You can actually call the IRS and just say, hey, I just want to confirm you have my amended return. And they can actually look. You have to say amended. If they look to try to find your original return, they may not be able to see it because it's no longer on the system. And they, oh, yeah, we got it. We're processing it through. You'll get it whenever. Another thing you could potentially do if this continues to carry on in the next couple of months, on IRS.gov, look up 911 request, and that's for a taxpayer advocate. And you can fill out a form. It's free to do it. You just fill out the form. You identify the issue on the form. And a taxpayer advocate, their job is actually to go behind the IRS systems and kind of figure out these paperwork issues, and they can help you with that.
Okay, and what is the number that you call for IRS? There's like 5 million different numbers. What's the correct number to call?
The one that we use is actually IRS collection. And they'll actually they do a better job of responding because the IRS is.
Do you have that number? Do you have that number handy by any chance?
I do. Yeah,
Good.
Give me a second. I'll pull it up.
Sure. And this is why we love Larson Tax Relief. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
you. Let me just get this for you. So they'll you call you have to have her call because she has to identify herself. They won't talk to you as her mom. But if she calls in, the individual collections number is 1-800. 829-3903.
829-3903.
Yeah, and just tell them what the problem is. Say, hey, I'm trying to get my refund. I've got an amended return. Can you just figure out if this thing is actually posted and if I'm going to get it?
All right. I'll tell you what. If you let us know, Carolyn, how it goes. And Steve, what is the normal response time from filing now to refund? You say it's still backed up.
Yeah, so an electronic filing is actually fairly quick. It should be within a month to 6 weeks. Paper filing can be 3 to 6 months, and then if you file an amended return on top of that, that can really clog up the system because the amended return then has to be reviewed and verified versus the original.
Yeah.
And there's some, individual over there who's looking at it with a microscope. Who knows what they're doing over there? But those things can get really delayed. And so when you say amended return, and she said 2 months, yeah, we're probably in that window where they're still kind of processing it through. So I would wait maybe another month.
Okay.
And then if you get no response, make that call. If they run you around on that call, file that.
911.
911 taxpayer advocate request, and they can help you out.
Okay, thank you. And that's Steve Sissick. He's with Larson Tax Relief, and that's 844 Larson, Larson, Larson Tax, 844 Larson Tax, or LarsonTaxRelief.com. Appreciate that very much. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Okay. I have a text here. Are you guys, they want to know if you guys, and I think they mean in general the industry, gearing up for electric cars. Like, Kevin, what are you doing in your shop? Are you looking at this as an inevitability, electric cars?
Yeah, we're starting to take classes and try to understand the different technologies with each car and everything coming, yeah.
Now, it's going to be a long time coming, but we don't have transmissions, or do we?
No, it's just a final drive on the back.
So where does that put you?
We'd have to get
retirement
into rebuilding those. Well, we also we do gear work, so I mean there's definitely parts of the car we can still work on.
No, but really that transition. I mean, even though I read something they want to have everything done by 35, it's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
And you'll be retired anyway.
We don't even have the resources in order to do what they say they're going to do. To go fully electronic, they don't have the resources to fit the United States, much less the world.
And electric cars aren't for everybody. There's other things.
But they're going to have to be eventually, right?
As the technology improves.
But doesn't it make sense? I mean, not make sense. It doesn't make sense, though, that if you took every single vehicle that is now gasoline, there's not enough electricity. It's going to have the same impact. It's going to have a negative impact. I'm not going to say more, but it's not going to have less impact.
No.
For some reason, we believe it's going to have less environmental impact.
Well, they don't see the dirt on their hands. That's the whole thing.
Well, there's nothing coming out of the tailpipe, so therefore it's that cycle. You don't see the power plant.
Right,
Will we have
they
limited...
don't look at the mines that are going for lithium and all the other things.
But let's talk about this, though. Maybe you have less and more concentrated areas of pollution, but less. For example, the power generation plants, the lithium mines, all of that, they're fewer and far between. Maybe they're a bit more than they are now as far as polluting, but there are fewer of them. No? I mean, that's
possible, but I think they got to get away from the lithium anyway. I think the battery technology is going to, in the next 10 years is going to be leaps and bounds.
Do you think hydrogen is going to be a big breakthrough?
I think that's where it's going.
Because do you think solar will ever be a viable option? I mean, for cars. You can't get enough surface area, can you?
Not right now, you couldn't. No.
Unless we all, you know what? Here's something, and I don't want to sound like a nut, but if we all just slowed the hell down. I mean, think about this. If we didn't care about speed, we could do with half or less of the energy, including with airplanes. Do you realize a lot of the reason we increased our emissions and our consumption of fossil fuels was the need for speed? And I'm wondering, would people sacrifice speed for cleanliness? If a car now I know this sounds crazy, top speed 30 miles an hour, okay, you could go forever, but you won't. No one will. Yet they preach out of one side of their mouth, but don't do it. Because if you think about it, with horse and buggies, what was our top speed? 10, 15 miles? And you can only do that for a short amount of time.
Yep.
So what if we said 30 or 40 miles an hour top speed, and airplanes are top speed a few hundred miles an hour, or 150?
Never happened. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. Once people are used to doing...
But that's what they're trying to do.
Yes.
Well, it won't work.
Well, that was the reason for the original 55-mile-an-hour speed limits on the highways.
But now it's up to 75.
Right, but that was during the fuel embargoes.
So will we see speed limits go back down? I'm wondering. I mean, if you want to talk to the greenies, that's what it's going to take.
Well, if they don't start improving our roads here in Colorado, you're going to have to slow down.
It's true.
Now, Susan's got a comment on the IRS. Susan, what's your comment?
My comment, Tom, is there's another place on the IRS website that specifically says, where's my amended return?
Right. Oh, wait, your amended return?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's good to know.
They added it about 2 years ago.
Well, thank you very much. I hope she's listening. I didn't realize. Cool. I know there's one, where's my return or where's my refund, but she says there's one specifically addressing amended returns. That's really good. Now, Nancy, can you please hang on and we'll come right back to you.
And I love the comment by Biden. He wanted the military to go full electric.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Oh good. This is great. We're marching across the freaking Afghan desert. We got to plug in. Get the hell out of here.
The late morning slowdowns throughout the Denver metro, particularly around the downtown area. I-25 northbound looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Some road work northeast of there. I-70 westbound. Still see slow driving through crew work between Dahlia.
I have a follow-up when you get a chance, Tom.
Oh, yes, thank you for telling me. I forgot.
But the only way they're going to ever catch up is with nuclear right now. That's the only technology capable.
Yeah, but people are afraid of it.
Yeah, they don't want anything to do with it.
But
Yeah.
aren't they having? They've really been able to reduce the size of reactors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
Substantially.
you have everybody who remembers Japan. They remember Chernobyl. I mean,
Chernobyl, 3 Mile Island.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody died from 3 Mile Island.
Well, most people don't even know what 3 Mile Island was.
Let's talk to you about SentryRV.com. Yes, you want an RV? You can get new and used. You can get like the fifth wheels that are fantastic now, the new designs, or you can get a pop-up tent trailer, whatever you want, they have. All makes, all models, all sizes, and they have a great maintenance facility as well. SentryRV.com, 303-453-1111. Exit 240 and I-25 right on the east side, the frontage road. If you're looking for great services in plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, Fix It 24/7 is a company I use at my home. They are there for you for $39. Any technician for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, drains to your house for just $39. That's predictable, right? Then they look for any problem that you call them about, the cause, and how much it'll cost to fix, all for $39. Now, once they present you with a price up front and a solution, if you decide to have the work done, they don't charge you the $39. But if you want to wait, $39 is all you pay. 720-526-3939. A very predictable, safe way of doing business. FixMyHome.com. 720-526-3939.
I just got a text from a buddy of mine says there's a company in Colorado that's making a battery that can recharge in 3 minutes, and it's undergoing testing right now.
Huh. China spies posed as tourists.
Packing for your summer road trip? Leave the travel guide at home and bring the Audio app along for the ride. Audio brings any drive to life.
Hey, either call one of the Chrysler dealers or Advance and get the right stuff for that 8.9 speed. You don't want to screw around with it. I thought we had some, but I could be wrong. Okay. Okay. Bye.
Learn more at AUTIO.com.
So I went and had a colonoscopy on Wednesday. What a pain, literally. The prep is just horrible. Have you had a colonoscopy yet?
No, I'm supposed to, but
Yeah, I've had 2 now.
Yeah, but they're such, the prep is just
The
so
worst.
annoying.
But they told me I don't have to do one for 10 more years.
Was that?
The last one I went to, they said you don't have to come back for 10.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, my mom had colon cancer. I had one benign polyp 5 years ago, so they told me to do it in 5 years.
Are we almost back, bro?
What? Oh. Okay, good. But the prep is just so annoying.
Are you shocked that I've been taking breaks on time? Shocked. That gum smells exactly like a tobacco that I heard somebody smoke. Is it tobacco?
Nicotine.
Oh. But there's a chewing tobacco that tastes like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't
Skull.
chew it, but I've smelled it.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, waterpros.net. Listen to this. If you want to get rid of forever chemicals for bathing and showering, plus you want drinking water, there's a new whole house system under $5,000 fully installed, waterpros.net, paulthewaterman.com. Hey, Nancy says, I have a problem with Colorado's refund. Right? What's going on, Nancy?
Well, it's not the tax refund.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It is the $750 that was given out in October.
You're talking about the gift that Polis gave us all.
Yes, from our dear governor.
Yeah, he said it was he publicized it like it was a gift. So
I know.
Anyway, no, seriously, I remember this. I don't know if I got mine. Actually, I don't know if I did. Does everyone get one?
Everybody was supposed to get one.
Did you get one?
Yeah, I did get one.
I don't remember getting one. Why?
Because you get so many checks every day.
Oh, bull. Now, how do you know if you got one or not? Is there a place you can check to see? You bring up a good point, Nancy. You never got your Tabor refund, right?
I have in the past received Tabor refunds.
You did not get your Tabor refund this year. Hello? Are you? That's what it's called. It's called.
Go out this year?
Well, what are you calling about? You're calling about that.
The $750. Is that labeled a Tabor refund?
Well, no. Polis labeled it a gift from him to us, but it is a Tabor refund.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about.
Huh.
And I have received Tabor refunds in the past years, so it's not like I don't exist in the state. I've also received income tax refunds. So,
where do you call? Hold on, Kelly. Where do we call to find out where our Tabor refunds are? That's a good question, actually. We got to find that out. We got to research it off air for you. Hold on, all right? Let's figure out. Yeah, go ahead.
Tell you that I have been trying to get through to the Colorado IRS for over 3 weeks.
You mean the Colorado Department of Revenue? Or do you mean the IRS?
It's the Colorado one.
It's Department of
IRS.
Revenue. Department of Revenue.
Yes. In Lakewood.
And what do you need to get a hold of them for?
To find out what's going on and where the 750 is.
Okay.
$4,996. Okay, because I tried calling the number that was on my recent refund, and
did you call the number?
Yeah, and what happens is they put you through this whole menu, and then they say we cannot
help you
due to overload. They can't take your call and disconnect you.
Oh, come on, they can't. They don't do it.
They do.
Hold on, I'm going to try it.
I'm
going to try it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I can give you the number that I called.
No, I want to call this one, and I want to see. Let's just see. And then, Kelly, if somebody does actually answer. There, the number's not working. Just it's not even working. I just called that number. Hold on, I'm going to try one more time. Okay, so 303 951 4995 4995. Okay, let's see.
It's 499. You called?
Oh, well, now you tell me. Oh no, you told me, didn't you? Did you tell me? You told me.
What is that number?
Okay, let's do it one more time, sister. Hold on. 303 951. Okay, sorry, 4996. Let's see what happens. Hold on. Doggone it! Why do you, Shannon? Did you pick up the line like at home when you're trying to listen into your sister? I mean, because I got taken off, and I think you picked it up. It's like in an old age home or something. Hold on. Let me try.
Well, they've been just disconnecting me.
Maybe that's what's happening, and I'm blaming Shannon for trying to listen in. Hold on.
Welcome to the Colorado Department of Revenue Colorado Cashback Tabor Helpline.
All right.
Senate Bill 22-233 allowed for a tax refund of $750 for an individual filer or $1,500.
Oh, sorry. I should shut up. Now, see, I got disconnected. Why do you keep doing that, Shannon? Hold on. Well, at least we know it works, sister. We know it works. So get on there and get it done. Somebody's mic.
What's that?
What the fuck is going on, Shannon? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, shut up.
There's a possibility.
Do we have these two again? These two spots? Then tell me who they are. Tell me who they are, please. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I, honest to God, use them. They have helped me so tremendously to set up accounts for investment for some IRAs and to eventually move into some annuities for income for life. Yeah, all of that. And they're very transparent about how they do that. They never collect twice. So, you know, if they have money that they do under management, they don't charge you commissions and vice versa. If they make a commission, everything is credited to your account. I love these people. And you know what? They're sponsors of this show for a reason. I trust them. So here's the deal. If you have an IRA, 401k, a pension, investments, insurance, they coordinate everything to tell you where you're strong, where you're weak, what you need, what you don't need. And they keep you on track for retirement. And no matter what net worth you are, you don't have to be rich. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211.
Pizza's here.
Did you see this video? The guy went up the tow truck, Dukes of Hazzard style. He's going down the highway. There was a wreck. And then lands on the car next to him.
How about this plum crazy match made in heaven? Buy a new Carrier AC and get a new Carrier furnace free. A deal for any budget. Only from Plumline Services and Carrier. Turn to the experts. From Castle Rock to Longmont, Plumline's been earning our trust since '98 with a spirit of excellence. Service at home, servants at heart. Schedule online. No phone call, no hassle, no wait. PlumlineServices.com. That's PlumlineServices.com.
Need to sell your home on your schedule? Walk in a guaranteed cash offer from Orchard. Let's start the spring with a celebration. Here's how. Before Orchard, selling your home was a long, stressful process. But with Orchard's cash offer, you can forget about showing, listing, even upgrading. Don't worry about waiting weeks, even months for your home to sell. Orchard's cash offer guarantees the sale of your home and enables you to sell when you're ready. Orchard can save you even more time and money by recommending and taking care of costly repairs and specific home improvements. And to back me up, here's another 5-star review. This one's from Matt. It's hard to put into words how great our experience with Orchard was. First, their cash offer exceeded our expectations. Second, we sold our home with them for well above that price. Orchard gives you the certainty that your house will sell without all the hassles of selling it. Get a free, no-obligation, guaranteed cash offer from Orchard. That's Orchard.com. 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 Need my schedule full? Seasonal incentive? Oh, yeah. Hi, Nancy Cleveland, Sunrise 23. Now is the time to call to save a full 12% on all services for selected prices. 800-262-8270 or GRHI.com.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful you can meet every need now. Locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Copyright 2023 Bank of America NA.
I'm Howard Master. Your organization is? You may be talking about the payroll tax refund for months, but you know in business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. You provide a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at no expense to determine eligibility. Businesses of all types can qualify. If onlygetrefunds.com, thanks to get a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Download the Innovation Refunds app or go to getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Denver's Talk Station, 630 KHOW.
Do you think they heard us talking?
No kidding.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you. Just like Frank Duran, the real estate man, with a free market evaluation of your home to see what it will sell for. It's actually a market valuation. And he does it based on fact and no gimmicks. He will say, hey, this house, depending on the comps and the neighborhood, supply and demand, it's going to sell for this much. And he knows because he sells more than most other realtors, in fact, around the country. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622, and that's free, by the way. So, first time today, we have some open lines. If you want to get right through, Deputy Doc has some follow-ups. Deputy Doc, what did you work on that you have follow-ups on?
I wasn't around for the original call, but Liz had called about a problem with an auto dealership.
And do you know what the problem was?
No, because I wasn't here. You just asked me to. So I called Liz up yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And she said somebody must have heard that Deputy Doc was going to take care of it because the dealership called her up and solved the problem.
Oh, really? Very cool. I'm looking for it right here, and I'm trying to find...
Her name is Liz.
No, I got it here. 2013 Jeep? I don't know. Anyway, she said that... I don't think that's it. No. There are so many Liz's that called in. Anyway, so in other words, it's solved is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. Anything else going on?
Nope, work on some other stuff.
I'm trying to find Liz here. A Grand Cherokee. No. Anyway, 303-713-8255 if you have a problem, question, or complaint. All right, and someone wanted to know if there's a difference, truly a difference, in antifreeze. You know, we hear about antifreeze. Is there truly a difference,
Absolutely.
or are they all... Now, I'm not talking about difference meaning some are for aluminum blocks, some are for other blocks, some are for this, some are for that. I'm talking about when you find the one compatible with your car, is there a difference among those brands compatible with your car?
I understand. Yeah. No, I think most of it's the same stuff. Once you get the correct, like you said, application for your car, most brands will work.
That's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there are no brands better than... I don't think so.
I don't think so.
As long, and what do they meet or exceeds manufacturers' guidelines? I mean, don't the manufacturers have pretty high guidelines? Why do they always say that? Always meets or no, it says exceeds manufacturers' specs. Do you ever see that?
Yeah, I never thought about it.
Is that
Yeah.
for temperature range they're talking about?
I think there's qualities in there for lubrication and corrosion and everything else. So, yeah, it's not just temperature.
Now, someone wanted to know if they were working on a car and they drained their cooling system and their oil and they were working on a car, like major hoses and everything, put it all back together. Could the oil pump be damaged from just sitting dry for a while? And can a thermostat go bad from not sitting in coolant?
No, not really.
No?
No.
Just because they sit on the shelves, right?
100%, yeah. So, I mean, yes, they're lubricated doing their jobs, but it's not like they're going to sit there and rust on it. You know, I guess if you left it out in the rain or something like that.
Yeah, because the oil's not going to evaporate. It'll stay in the pump.
Okay, someone else wants to know. Let me just go. By the way, you can do this too. 57739 is the text. You got to put Tom in the subject somewhere just so I can find it quickly. Is there an easy way to bleed brakes?
Yeah, with a power bleeder.
I'd say, you know what my trick is? Or maybe you can't. You fill them from the bottom up?
You can reverse bleed them, yeah.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
You can pump them, right? Through the bleed valve on the bottom?
Yeah, or you can use vacuum up on the reservoir itself.
Well, yeah, that's a professional, right?
Yeah, or we also have power bleeders. You actually literally hook up a canister to it, you put air to it, and it forces fluid through the lines.
Fluid through it, and then you have to open up the
bleeders, yeah, until they stop.
Okay. And it says here, let's see how. Okay, I'm a service tech. I drive a service van 40 to 50 to 50,000 miles a year out in the boonies. How can an EV ever work for me? Well, I don't know what that means. I mean because no availability of chargers, or
well, if he has to stop in the middle of his day to charge the vehicle, he's not servicing customers. Yeah,
okay,
that's EV's not for everybody.
Oh, and by the way, somebody did text Kachina, who said they could help that guy troubleshoot his HVAC system without trying to sell him a new one. Okay? So should I just text that to you, Kachina, and then you get it to him? I'll do that. I'm going to do that. All right, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here's another one. Oh, another one. We had another one who said they would help him. And let's see. Okay. Now, as far as shoplifting, Channel 4 did a report the other night that actually was pretty good. They have video from shoppers, and here's what they're saying. This was the sum total. It wasn't some big investigation, but it did highlight the problem. And shoppers are saying that they're getting discouraged because when they go shopping and see people stealing, and then they go and pay. I mean. And again, I brought this up when I was at Home Depot, and long story short, it was a self-checkout, and they had to come and ring up some chain for me, plastic chain, and I had 7 inches more than we said, because I asked the clerk to cut 5 feet, and they always put a little pad on there, and this clerk made a big deal about me having an extra 7 inches and having to pay for it. So, in any case, I know what people mean. They're watching people steal. In this case, the person had a videotape of people stealing, but they don't want to do it. So here's my question. Why do we ever now see people who are on the street with signs saying, "We'll work for food," when they can walk into any supermarket without any kind of repercussion and steal whatever food they need.
Because the sign isn't what they want. They
I'm
just want
curious.
money.
No, I'm curious. But that seems to be the way right now. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up. Get your calls in 303-713-TALK.
I don't see very many work for food signs anymore.
What are they saying?
They just said anything can help. You know.
We'll work for drugs. Oh, that's what they say.
So how do these people that hold up signs get to these various locations? There must be a van that drops them off, right?
I see people walking around all over.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them actually have bikes. Some of them do have cars.
There's a guy, we were doing work on his car for a dealership we done years ago, doing some work for it. It's like, God, I recognize this guy. I couldn't put him anywhere. Then driving out, there he is with his kid on 6th and Sheridan, or I-70 in Sheridan. He'd always bring his kid with him.
Of course.
When he parks the car around the block, and when he goes to pay for the car, he pays for it in $1 bills. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah. They have no pride. They have no, you know.
Like there's a lady who stands on the service road of 225 to make a turn on whatever it is, Tamarack.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing there for like 3 miles. How'd you get there?
I see the same people, same corners almost every day.
Justice Department's former Vice President Mike Pence will not face criminal charges stemming from a federal probe into his handling of classified documents after he left office. Today in North Carolina, a renaming ceremony at Fort Bragg as the Army base shed its Confederate namesake.
Today, we will officially redesignate Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to Fort Liberty, North Carolina.
It is the latest redesignation of a military installation after criticism that former installation of Confederacy. This is ABC News. There are reports from India that 2 trains derailed in the eastern part of the country.
I guess that means that all the radio stations are also pedophiles then, because they're still playing Michael Jackson.
Yep.
Oh, right.
San Francisco Bay Area are investigating a deadly rampage late Thursday. 3 people were killed. There were more hurt. Stabbings and carjacking. Police say the getaway car hit victims on purpose. The suspect's been arrested. There's a warning from the U.S. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to Americans who keep cash in payment apps like Venmo, PayPal, and Zelle. Put that money someplace else.
The typical bank account is insured for up to $250,000, but if a payment service suddenly goes out of business, any funds there could just vanish. Your money could be gone. Now, some payment apps claim to offer that pass-through insurance. That is sort of arrangement with a bank or a credit union. While that offers protection if the lender fails, it does not insure the customer if the app fails.
That's ABC's Rihanna and Alley. Experts say to keep the money in a bank or credit union. Ron Clark, ABC News.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standards for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie-cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie-cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable return, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
And you just keep seeing these videos. The guy's feeding an elk. The Rocky Mountain National Park, and he got chewed on. It's like, no shit.
Serves him right.
Yeah. Buffalo.
that ensures that every firearm in our state or a component that is easily turned into a firearm is not only serialized for the sake of being able to be traceable if it's used in a crime, but also it ensures that the owner of that component or that firearm has gone through the necessary background checks here in our state.
A program offering signing bonuses to nurses seems to be paying off for the Colorado Mental Health Hospital in Pueblo. The Colorado Department of Human Services began offering $14,000 bonuses in March to solve staffing problems at the state's psychiatric hospitals in both Denver and Pueblo. The Miami Heat not so hot right now, but the Nuggets are on fire, beating Miami in Game 1 of the NBA playoffs 104-93. That's the latest. I'm Yuli May.
Now, Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Discover.
Some late morning slowdowns throughout the Denver metro, particularly around the downtown area. I-25 northbound looking at speeds in the 30s and 40s between Alameda and Colfax. Some road work northeast of there. I-70 westbound. Still seeing slow driving through crew work between Dahlia and Brighton Boulevard, Denver Coliseum. Further northeast, I-270 westbound between Quebec and Vasquez. Road work continues with slow traffic back from I-70. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, high of 73 degrees today. Chance of scattered thunderstorms later in the afternoon. Overnight low 51. The current temperature is 68 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 K-House.
Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome at the end of your first year. They automatically double all the cash back you've earned. That's right. Everything you've earned doubles. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/finance.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Here's the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck Gonzalez, founder of West International Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the
Guys, we're seeing the news this morning, snow up on the passes and stuff.
Yeah, we got snow at our place
Did
earlier
you?
in the week, yep.
Yeah.
And hail actually, which is
Hail?
Hail at 9,700
That's
feet.
unusual. Yeah.
Companies like Dick, for Dad, or Brad, featuring bonus picks for 40% off now through June 18th. Bring it along as they expand their horizons and open new opportunities in career, travel, and more. Teaching Spanish, Italian, Japanese, and over 20 more languages. Rosetta Stone membership.
What do you think the latest, or how, in your experience, what's the latest snow you've seen up there? July even?
Latest I ever had, I've ever been caught in the snow was in August.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So that's almost early and late.
Yeah.
Do you know about antifreeze? Do you know about antifreeze?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Waterpros.net will get you the best drinking water at the kitchen sink under $1,000 fully installed. That's paulthewaterman.com, paulthewaterman.com, and you can call him directly, and you'll have the best systems at the lowest prices. 303-862-5554. Steve has a question about antifreeze. Then we have Andy. Now, I'm going to go to Andy after I take Steve. He has a quick question on antifreeze. Andy is going to have an unbelievable update on what AI is doing when it comes to scams, especially when it comes to, you know, timeshare and everything else, which are already pretty scammy. But what to look for with AI scams, Andy was going to be with he's with the Finn Law Group, by the way. They're on our referral list at referralist.com. Steve, let's go to your question about antifreeze. What's going on, Steve?
Actually, it's more about the cooling system. But
okay,
I think
go ahead.
Yesterday, or the day before, you had somebody on that their car was ruined by air getting in the cooling system.
Somebody said it was. Here's what happened. There was a bubble in there, and they overheated, warped the heads, and they needed an engine. Guys, how often can that happen?
It happens every day. Yeah,
but just from an air bubble?
Yes.
Why don't air bubbles work themselves out?
Some do, and some, depending on a low spot in a cooling system, will get stuck, and you have absolutely no circulation until you get that out. You have to let the car sit, cool down. Yeah, all kinds of different things.
Why is
I've been working on cars for like 40 years, and I've never had that happen. I mean, myself, not as a mechanic. So.
Sure. So the water pump won't push it through?
No. It's a non-positive displacement pump, so all it's doing is creating flow. You actually have no pressure in there. The pressure gets built up as the antifreeze actually gets hot and makes the system.
And that won't push through the air?
No.
Sometimes it's gravity.
Then how do you get air out?
Like I said, we have a vacuum filler. We put it on using the shop air. It creates a vacuum on the entire system. You see the hoses shrink down, everything, and then it sucks the antifreeze through because there's no air to displace now. All the air is out of the system.
But how do you know that's a problem? I've never had that problem. That just kind of made me wonder. Yeah.
Well, if it's not circulating, you're not getting any
How do
heat.
you know it's not circulating?
Well, you got a hot and a cold hose, upper and lower hoses are different temperatures. You have to verify all that kind of thing. It's not something it's going to sneak up on you, a week later.
Yeah, and your heater and defrosters aren't going to be working properly.
Yes, all those things.
So as long as you pay attention, it's not going to happen.
Correct.
You're going to know it happened.
Yes.
Okay. I thought maybe it was like some.
Steve, when you say working on cars,
on.
what do you work on your own stuff? Is that what you're talking about, a hobbyist or a professional?
Hobbyist. It's one of those things that I get a price for things, and I decide I can do it for less and stuff.
Okay.
That kind of thing. Like I just did struts recently, and that kind of thing. And I'd done a radiator a couple of years ago, and it's like, wow, I never had any trouble.
Mm-hmm. Well, some cars have bleeders in the cooling system as well to alleviate air traps.
Okay, I have a little engine. Doesn't have it's a sealed radiator, and one hose in, one hose out. Then it goes to the pump, and up on the reservoir. It's called a spider tank, where it feeds out to the cylinders. A spider out to each cylinder, and then an expansion tank off of that. So it seems to me if you fill from the top down, there's not much chance of it being trapped because the tank is at the top and it can bubble through. And if you slowly fill it, you can see it bubble, so the air's getting out. And then that almost is built. And then I would think that once it gets hot and things if things get hot, doesn't it build pressure and doesn't air go? Can't air go out of the expansion tank as well as?
Yeah, no, it absolutely can. But you got to see some of the crazy
self-bleeding.
Absolutely, but you got to see some of the crazy bends and turns. And it's not a direct shot. That's the problem.
Wow, it's very weird. Okay, Andy, you are an attorney with Finn.
Yes. Hey, Tom.
You're not Mr. Finn, right? I forgot his first name. I'm sorry.
Mike.
Mike. Yeah, Mike. Yeah. We usually have on. I could tell it wasn't Mike right away. So, Andy, are you going to speak to AI? Are you going to speak to AI as artificial intelligence as it pertains to general scams or specifically for timeshare?
Well, really both. Generally speaking, though, I was attending the other day a conference put on by our local FBI office here in Florida, and they were talking about the sophistication of cyber scams with the aid of AI. And it's just, listen, you see the news, AI is going to end the world and all that, and I mean, maybe someday, but in the meantime, AI is helping scammers steal people's money.
How? How? Give me some ideas on how AI is doing it.
So the first thing AI is doing is becoming more sophisticated in tracking consumers' online behavior, so that the systems can identify if you're looking, say, for timeshare, to get out of your timeshare. You start searching for that. The AI systems are identifying you as a potential target for an exit, transfer scam and creating lists. AI is improving robocalling, and spoofing numbers so that when you get a call to your phone, maybe coming from a different country, but it looks like it's coming from a local area code, you don't know. And then even is going so far as spoofing voices and making, people sound like somebody you might know. Now, that's a rare occurrence.
No, but it's getting more common, though. It's getting more common.
That's right. The other thing you got to watch out for is the sophistication of the emails that you're getting. you know, in the old days, you'd get these Nigerian scam emails, the guy's telling you he's a prince and send him money, and you knew immediately it was a laughable, scammy email. Or you get one now that's got weird grammatical errors or weird punctuation. You know, oh, that can't be real. But with AI and this Chat GPT thing, the language that's being used now, it's like a native
Hey,
speaker.
Andy, I wanted to make a confession here because I both want to tell what happened to me and how it can spell doom. I was sending out a letter about a business that I have, trying to explain the ins and out of this business to someone, okay? And I wrote it up, and I fancy myself a good writer. And I then copy and pasted what I had written before I sent it. I copied and pasted it into an AI app that I have. The one I have is not Chat GPT, but it's another one just like it, where you copy and paste. And then it generated paragraphs for me. Some of them were way better, and some of them weren't, right? I just so happened to be writing about a hedge fund that I started, okay? I just want to, I don't want to get into that, but that's what I was writing about. But let me explain what happened. So that was it. That was all I did. I explained the ins and outs of the hedge fund and blah, blah, blah. Then I used some of the paragraphs. About a month later, I was sending out another email, totally and completely different about the hedge fund. Totally and completely different. This one explaining to the auditor he had some questions. And I put in, I wanted to answer him, but I had one little paragraph. Did not name any of my business or the hedge fund or anything. And then I put it into the chat. And it came back with all the previous knowledge that I had given it about myself and starts writing about this as if it's out there somewhere. I mean, stuff that I hadn't even given it. I had given it to him before, a month before, but it was not part of this paragraph I was asking for. But it drew on previous knowledge that was, and it's not kept in this app. It wasn't kept in it. But where is it storing all this? So everyone who says they're asking advice or asking how to write, they're taking note of what you're writing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And this is what's happening. And so the systems are becoming more sophisticated. And, you know, they call it hallucination when the AI makes stuff up, but it makes it up so convincingly. And that's exactly the same space that scammers operate in, right? They're making up baloney, but making it sound believable. So what a great tool for them to use.
But also it's taking from, I just realized it's taking from everyone who asks it to write about stuff as well. It's not just taking from, you know, Google or Bing or the internet. It's taking from every one of us who are users. And that's the scary part, because it's getting to know, and some people are using this for a search engine. Did you know that?
Yes.
Big time.
Yes, big time. And it's going to remember all those searches, and that's exactly right. And it's learning from what you're doing and what everyone else is doing. And it's learning the key phrases that get it, you know, a reward of more clicks and more attention. And so it's getting better over time. And so it's why people just have to be all that more vigilant when they see something, you know. We've talked about
all that more vigilant. People have never been vigilant. It's going to trick it's going to trick people into all kinds of scams.
This is the thing, and it says it convincingly, right? So I mean, you know, people oftentimes fall, right.
What tips do we have? What tips do we have? One for sure is this: we need to learn, and there needs to be a browser that is. Here's what I mean: we need to have browsers that protect us by doing the URLs. For example, use AI, for example. If the text of the email is like purportedly from U.S. Bank, but the URL does not match the genuine U.S. Bank, why can't we have a browser that warns us of that?
Should alert you right away. Absolutely.
And say, by the way, there's a dichotomy here. We're getting, you're mentioning, because my email, for example, if I have the word attachment in there, I'm attaching this, and I hit send, and I forgot to attach, it says, your email mentions an attachment. Do you want to attach now? So what I'm getting at is, I wonder if like they're even trying to counteract this with maybe safety browsers and things like
But Tom, that's something that everybody should be acquainted with, is checking the IRL where it comes from.
Oh, that they're not. And you know what? They're deceiving. For example, they don't know how to look for the root domain. So if it has the word U.S. Bank in there, they think it's legit. Or if it has the word Google or Microsoft.
Well, will SaferNet prevent something like that?
SaferNet. Okay, this is what's odd about SaferNet. It's not odd. It's great. It's a VPN, by the way, Andy. And as you know, VPNs, what it will do is it definitely protects downloads from harming your computer. Mm-hmm. It protects them from communicating outward if you have viruses on your computer. And it does help to a certain extent. Where it does not help is if you click on something on purpose to go out. It thinks you want to do that. It doesn't prevent you. Now, it might warn you, but it doesn't compare URLs with the text of the email or anything like that. So, Andy, what do people do? They when you say be vigilant, what does it mean?
I have another one.
Okay.
Yes. So the FBI agent told us about this one, which is a fantastic piece of advice, of course. He says, if you get an email, be careful with the person's signature block, because scammers will copy those and put their own telephone number in it. So if you ever get a suspicious email, don't call the email that's in the email block. Go online, research whatever company it is that it's purporting to be, and get their actual telephone number and call them and ask for that person.
You're right, Andy. I've always said you should always make your phone calls originate from your own intelligence, from finding the number, not what's sent to you. Now, I'm going to tell you something. However, and I don't know if this is AI or just smart people, they're starting to plant web pages. So when you search for, let's just use U.S. Bank as an example, you may get the wrong U.S. Bank. You might get the scammer when you search.
We've absolutely seen that, Tom. We saw a lawyer unwittingly in California. The scammers had completely spoofed this lawyer's website, and we're sending people to this spoof lawyer's website and convincing them to send money. But it was going to the wrong place. You'd go investigate it. You'd find the website. It looked legit, had the scammer's telephone number to call. It just was by happy accident that the lawyer discovered this was going on in the background. But it's absolutely going on.
Hey, Andy, is it also true that...
Hold on one second. I want to take a break. We're going to come back to you, Andy. Don't hang up. We got more coming up.
I was just saying, when you Google something,
what's that?
The first 3 or 4 are ads,
typically,
and you don't realize it.
It's been that way for years.
My gosh, it's scary.
It is. Yeah, thanks, Doug. Oh, yeah, thank you. There are some of these things.
Get a price on the phone right now, and very few companies will actually do that. The Art of Granite loves giving you a price because they are proud of their deals. So I'm going to give you the number. Get ready to write it down. And they're going to give you a price on your countertops, whether it's granite or any solid surface or man-made stone. And then they will tear out and haul away free in addition to that, plus do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen. It's wholesale on all materials. Get your price right now. TheArtOfGranite.com, 303-386-5919. If you want to sell jewelry, you can go to DavidEllisJewelry.com, 3rd and Clayton. That's in the Cherry Creek North area. Now, listen, you can also buy jewelry there, but of course he sells jewelry and he buys it. So if you have junk you want to sell, twisted chains, mismatched earrings, coin collections, broken watches, you can do that. He'll weigh it and pay it. Or if you have vintage used antique jewelry, he'll buy that. So look for David Ellis Jewelry, 3rd and Clayton, 303-322-8779.
It works really well for small business owners and allows them to continue to build their wealth.
For these entrepreneurs, their exit strategy is often the biggest financial decision they will ever make, and many owners are reluctant to explore their selling options due to the fear of taxes eating up a large portion of their life's work. But with this tax strategy, we can position the proceeds of the sale so that your money continues to work as hard for you as you did for it. And for real estate sales, it's important to note this is not a 1031 exchange. So whether you want to use this tax strategy for the sale of a business, a piece of real estate, or any other highly appreciated asset, you're still using pre-tax dollars. This can be a real game changer that opens up other financial opportunities, such as building retirement income, estate planning, and maintaining your family's wealth. So give us a call today and ask us about this powerful tax strategy and allow us to get to work for you. Before you sell, call Summit Wealth Strategy. If you have $500,000 or more of capital gains exposure, call 430-800-6585 or visit their website to learn more.
Can't believe what people are paying for tickets to go watch the Nuggets game.
It's
Did you
crazy.
see some $40,000 for courtside seat?
Oh, come on, for one game?
That's what they said on the news. Yeah, 40,000.
That's almost as much as it costs to see Taylor Swift.
No kidding. I would spend anywhere close to that much. $40,000, I'll put an addition on it. Put 85-inch TVs on each wall. You know.
This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending. Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. The Nuggets took Game 1 of the NBA Finals against the Heat in front of a sold-out crowd at Ball Arena last night.
When did the Nuggets play again?
Sunday.
Why do they wait so long in between? Do they always do that?
Yeah, in the finals they do kind of ramp it up. And
so do these guys go back home and come back? The Heat?
No, in fact,
where will they practice?
They have facilities for them. They have time at the Pepsi Center or different college or whatever. Yeah. They came directly from Boston.
Where are they staying, I wonder?
Yeah, don't know.
Where do you think the Miami Heat's staying?
They're downtown somewhere.
Yep.
You know.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Get your calls in. We have a lot of time. Your calls take priority. We're talking about, today is car day. We're talking about automotive stuff, but we'll talk about anything on your heart and pocketbook, on your mind. And we're talking to Andy from the Finn Law Group. We know the Finn Law Group because, as I put it, they're one of the few, if only one, I don't know, I don't even know of any others, that do honest to God timeshare, I don't even want to call it, what do you call it, termination. And they do it like a real law firm does it. They're not these scams that take your money or want to buy your timeshare or none of that. Most of these so-called exit teams turned out to be rip-offs. But the Finn Law Group does a real job. They've been doing it for years and years. Now, we've been talking about artificial intelligence. and how it's playing into consumer fraud. And the bottom line is this. Artificial intelligence is, I mean, let's put it this way. Everything is artificial intelligence when it takes what you do and learns from it. Okay, we call it artificial, meaning because you're not there spouting it off from an organic memory. But, you know, Google has been employing all kinds of artificial intelligence for years. But the new artificial intelligence is a step beyond what Google and Facebook and all they have been doing with their algorithms. Their algorithms have been doing artificial intelligence by predicting your behavior based on past behavior and by looking at your trends. New artificial intelligence goes a step beyond that. And new artificial intelligence can actually mimic you. And they mimic your writing patterns. They're starting to mimic voice, we are told. I haven't seen a demonstration of that. And they mimic other things in order to convince people it's you. Another thing it can do is mimic organizations and corporations way better than, I mean, not way better, but I mean, like the original. So those are the dangers with the new artificial intelligence. But as far as I know, Andy, there are no artificial intelligent bots or apps that originate these ideas. In other words, you don't one day turn on your computer and there's an AI app trying to rip you off. There's someone behind it.
I agree, but it's making it easier and the barrier to entry lower for the scammers to trick you. You know, you don't have to put as much infrastructure in if you're a scammer now when you have the AI bot that'll do the vast majority of the work for you. You don't have to be a native English speaker.
That's right.
Use ChatGPT to do the heavy lifting for you to make your emails convincing. And that's, I think, the part that is really concerning, is that we may see more and more of this going on as it becomes easier and easier to leverage the AI tools, you know, in a nefarious way.
That's a good way of putting it, because, like, for example, I used to sometimes read some of these so-called IRS letters and letters from people, and you could tell immediately it was someone sitting in a foreign country because of the misuse of the English language. And now what they'll do is they'll write up something and put it into that, which will perfect it.
That's it. Yes, absolutely, and make it that much more difficult to spot.
Now, what were you doing at this conference? Why were you at this conference?
Oh, it's a CLE thing for lawyers. You know, lawyers have to keep up with, you know, every couple of years you got to have
continuing education. Okay, good. And did you see anything that pertains directly to what the Finn Law Group does, though, with timeshares? Anything like that?
Well, yes. So we have experienced, you know, scammers trying to convince our clients to send them money. It's the wiring money scam, you know, and they somehow use, you know, social engineering tricks to get people to fess up. So maybe the scammer has a list of people who are delinquent on timeshare or being sued by a timeshare company. They call them up. They use social engineering to get the person to tell the scammer that they've hired the Finn Law Group. The scammer didn't know that, but by, you know, posing the questions and manipulating the person, they give up that information. They don't realize that they gave up that information. And then the next day or a week later, suddenly, now they get a call from, you know, supposedly the Finn Law Group. Hey, I know you hired us to help you with your timeshare, but guess what? You've got to wire us $5,000 immediately. You know, that's the kind of thing that you should be immediately alert to as a scam. No one should be just suddenly, you know, wiring money unexpectedly or going down to the store to buy a bunch of, you know, gift cards.
Obviously, yes.
You know,
but they become more and more convincing, you're right, and they're convincing enough as it is. Now, the Finn Law Group, you can find them at referralist.com, finnlawgroup.com, and that's FINN, finnlawgroup.com, 855-346-6529. Look for them at referralist.com. Now, Carl, you have a question for our car experts. Go ahead, Carl.
How you doing, Tom?
Good, man. What's happening?
Hey, I got a 2006 Mazda 6 3.0 and has the air bubble in it, and it does not have a it doesn't have a radiator cap.
Right.
But it does
Mhm.
have an expansion, small expansion.
That's exactly the thing I was talking about. What do you do without a cap on the radiator to get the air
I
out?
can't get that damn air bubble out. No matter what I've tried, I put on a new thermostat. Thought, well, maybe the thermostat.
And even if you
hot.
do get the air out, this is another thing I thought. If you go, let's say you could go to the spider or whatever tank you fill in, and you go to the
Right.
expansion tank, and even if you
Right.
wanted to work air through it, when the thermostat is closed, you're only bleeding that part of it because it's closing off the loop to the radiator, right?
Well, it's closing off the thermostat's not letting the coolant
Exactly.
get to the motor.
Right.
In a matter of 10 minutes, the engine's hot.
No, I understand that, but as far as the air bubble, just bleeding the system, how do you bleed the system when the thermostat is closed? Because you're only bleeding part of the system.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't.
Right.
No.
My God.
So
So
how do I get the?
Sometimes you got to let them warm up a little bit, shut them off. Warm up
I've
again,
done that.
shut them off.
Yeah, but when you okay.
You know, and then sometimes you change elevation. I mean, there's all kinds of little things you can do. Jack up the front of the car. Jack up the back of the car. You know.
But you guys say you got a pump or something.
It's a vacuum filler, yeah.
Well, where are you guys located if I want to come to you and have you do it?
We're at 7864 West Colfax in Lakewood.
How long you been dealing with this, Carl?
For about month and a half, 2 months.
How do you know it's a bubble? How do you know it's not a bad thermostat?
Well, because what happens, Tom, is I changed. At first, I thought, well, I had a little leak in the hose. Changed that, didn't fix it. So I changed out the water pump. I changed out the thermostat.
That's expensive.
Put coolant in it, and I said, damn, it's not getting fluid to the motor. So I said, well, maybe it's a bad thermostat. Took the thermostat all back out again, put a new one in. And I'm saying, then I listened to you guys the other day, and you had someone on there, and you said, well, it's an air bubble. But I've got it hot, and I opened it up and put more fluid in. It just, I can't get it out.
It's terrible.
What's the name of that company? Your company?
Sheridan Autotech is the one on.
Sure, I've known you guys for 20 years, 40 years, for Christ's sakes, yeah.
These guys, how long have you been around? Over 30, right?
32.
32 years.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I came out here in 71 and listened to you, Tom, and I hear you advertise those guys. I used to work for Centennial Leasing and Sales on 6th and Kipling, so I know where you guys are.
Yeah, that was a good place at one time. They're not around anymore, are they?
Well, yeah. I retired from them after 23 years. They're down in...
Oops, sorry. Yeah, they're down where?
In Inglewood.
All right. Well, thank you, Carl. Appreciate it.
I haven't seen too many 30-day air bubbles.
What's that?
I haven't seen too many 30-day air bubbles usually by now.
No, something else going on.
If you start and stop, somebody told me eventually the expansion tank, you'll get the air out.
Most of the time.
Unless you have a bad part.
But I mean, even sometimes just squeezing the hoses and whatnot.
Grab the fender when you get pissed and shake the heck out of it.
Yeah.
You just move it. Yeah.
Have my wife talk. I'm going to leave.
It's no different than trying to bleed a clutch sometimes.
Especially on like a Ranger or something.
Yeah.
Freaking master that sits like this.
Yep.
For the longest time, people were jacking the thing up at a 45-degree angle trying to get the air out of
from
it.
the front bumper on a crane.
Now, most of the time anymore, I find it easiest with clutches just to vacuum bleed them.
Yeah. I know, it works most of the time, but you get that one every once in a while.
Oh, yeah.
You just can't get
100%.
it real pedal. Yeah.
You know, there's a problem with addiction, and the main problem is you can't do it alone. I mean, it's almost never going to go away on its own, not spontaneously. I mean, you hear of rare circumstances, but here's the thing with addiction. You need help. That's the message. And some of it comes from mental illness. Sometimes mental illness comes from the addiction. What came first, the chicken or the egg? You know what? You need help. You don't have to figure that out. If you have addiction in your life from a loved one, for yourself, and you want help, there's a helpline from the RaleighHouse.com that you can call. The Raleigh House, RALEIGH, established in 2008, serving Colorado. 720-891-4657. Please call 720-891-4657. Hey, Garage Kings has beautiful garage door coatings of all colors. You know, like a granite or tan or stone. You've seen them. And they can go in the garage on patios, pool decks, concrete porches, sidewalks. And they guarantee the lowest price. They guarantee the finish for life. And never any money down. You don't do better than Garage Kings. Garage Kings, I love these people. We've all used them. 720-252-0370. Now that was stupid having them come on right after me. The Raleigh House.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement. Now I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Hi, Dan Katrina's done that with the board. How about finally giving those old drafty with the board one rest? Call us for details on our spectacular financing plan. 800-362-8270 or BRAFinance.com to set up your rock solid plan.
Finding great people to hire is like trying to find a needle in a haystack. It's pretty difficult. Well, ZipRecruiter has mastered finding a needle in a haystack, so they take it to the next level. They make hiring so simple that it's like finding a needle in a needle stack. And that's why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Here's what it's like to use ZipRecruiter. They have so many qualified candidates that it's easy to find the right ones for your roles. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's a lot of needles. So how do they do it? ZipRecruiter's powerful technology sends you candidates who are a great match for your job, and you can even invite your top choices to apply. So if you want less hay and more needles, head to ZipRecruiter.
ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
What was that?
Rebound. Bank shot. That's what I meant.
With the Audio app riding shotgun, every road trip is an adventure.
Audio is my traveling companion. It's educational, entertaining, funny. It makes the drive come to life.
The Audio app automatically plays you stories about the natural wonders, local legends, and fascinating histories outside your
Holy shit.
That's pretty amazing.
stories from coast to coast.
Building just came tumbling down. Look, one little. Oh my God.
Audio, the
Well, what was going on that they already had stuff to try to brace that wall up anyway?
That was scheduled to have some repairs done. They're saying they should have warned the residents. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. You know what's a shame? And I'm telling you, I skew different ways on different topics, but I'm going to tell you about this one. They're having a special news conference at the White House about Biden's fall at the Air Force Academy. Now, let me explain something. He fell. I mean,
he tripped.
fell.
He didn't fall. He tripped.
Yeah, over a
a sandbag or something.
Sandbag.
An obstacle.
Big deal.
So what? Yeah.
What I'm getting at is this. The man was there for hours, shaking the hands of each and every cadet, and not only shaking their hands. I watched the stream online, talking to each one, not just hello and then move on, hello, move on, hello. He literally talked to each one of them a few seconds, and sometimes up to 10 seconds, just having a, like, how you doing? You could see his mouth moving. I'm proud of you, this and that. You know what? Look, I hate when politics permeates everything. That man went far beyond what any normal person would want to do. I'm serious. That guy just stayed there for hours in the sun. For hours. Mm-hmm. The ceremony, the speeches, his speech, and then the handing out of diplomas. And he was there and shook every single hand. And what do people report on? Him falling. I mean, it's just unfair. Mm-hmm. Why don't they bring up that he's, how old is he? And he was out in the sun all that time, and he was shaking every single hand, and he was a good guy.
Yeah, give him credit. Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Why not?
And if your son or daughter graduated there, they'll never forget it. Now, obviously now, it's all going to be marred because that's all they talk about. Should they not talk about it? Of course they should talk about it. They mention, okay, he fell. I mean, Ford used to fall every other day. The bottom line is he fell. It doesn't send any giant, great message. We knew he was senile before that. I don't think he fell because he was senile. I think he fell because he had something in his way, and the poor man was out in the sun all day. So there. I got that to say about that. I'm just pissed off that his entire good deed is being overshadowed by a stupid fall. I am. And, I don't necessarily like the guy. I think he's, he's left.
And he's a crook.
Well, I don't know about that, but now let's talk about Trump. I love, if you wanted to, I absolutely love the comments he made, meaning they're classic. I mean, if you want to, like, go ahead, make my day. Like that quote will live forever. Did you hear Trump made two quotes. He made the one, no, I didn't do anything wrong. I never do anything wrong, right? That. I never do anything wrong. Did you hear that quote? Then the next one was this. As president, I could declassify stuff, but even by thinking about it, it's declassified. Did you hear that one? So while he's opening it or while he's talking about it, in his mind, he's declassifying it. But I just thought that was funny. I just thought it was funny. He said, yeah, all I have to do is think about it and just declassify it. So, I don't know, peeps. That's all. Okay, let's talk about something here that I wanted to bring up. Romance scams. Romance scams are growing more. Okay, if you take all the scams out there, romance number one. Do you know that? And I'll tell you why. It makes a lot of sense to me. Because there is what people are calling a loneliness epidemic. Meaning people are, because of social media, because of remote working, because of the boomers getting older, and even Z's getting older, Gen Z, people they're lonely. They're lonely. So therefore, trying to hook up makes them prone or vulnerable to dating scams, right? So, dating scams. What state do you think is number one for dating scams per capita? Who do you think ranks number one?
Alaska.
For dating scams?
Well,
no.
Only because there's so many men and so few women up in Alaska. That was my reason.
I'm looking to where I am looking here, though, where they rank.
Can I say one thing, Tom?
Go ahead, sir.
That these dating scams on women have almost three factors that are always, they're on an oil rig, they work overseas, or they're in the service. Almost everyone that I've talked to has one of those three indices about the scammer.
By the way, out of the top, all 50 states, Alaska is at 45 for dating scams, meaning hardly any. And then Maine, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Wyoming, and Vermont. Well, that's pretty easy. Everybody's ugly there. That's why you don't have a lot of romance scams. Those are the
Florida or something.
Those are the ugly states, right? And then, I wish they all could be California girls. You know that song? Well, guess what? California's #1 for dating scams. But where does Colorado fit? Oh, higher than you think. Coming up.
Those are 3 things that every time
why are you going to have a dating scam where they're ugly?
Yeah.
Well, no, that's what you would want it, because they can't get a real date, so you got to get them on the internet.
That's pretty bad, though, when they get you
But they're always
thousands of dollars
on oil rig overseas or they're in the service. It's almost universal.
Exclusively at History Colorado. World-renowned artist Virgil Ortiz combines history and fantasy in a must-see multi-sensory experience. Get tickets today at historycolorado.org.
The oldest and the most reliable home improvement company in all of Colorado, K&H Home Solutions. Yeah, they started out as K&H Windows like 65 years ago, and they're still going strong. I've known all 3 owners, the original owner, Henry Zeligman, and Ted Rowland, the second owner, and now, of course, Lee Diamond. And here's what I want to tell you. It's a company you can trust. It's a company that has excellent products and services, and right now, excellent sales for maintenance-free homes. That's right. You have Softlight and Provia windows maintenance-free. You have Elegant Provia entry doors maintenance-free. You have Diamond Coat siding maintenance-free. Okay, and even 15% off roofing. That's khwindows.com, 303-421-7100. That's 303-421-7100. Century RV has the sales. I told you about it. I'm going to tell you again. You can go to Century RV and get a used RV or a new RV, and you can trade yours in or just sell yours. They need them so badly. They get people from all over the country, and we happen to have them in our backyard at exit 240 and I-25, right on the frontage road on the east side, 303-453-1111, CenturyRV.com. FixMyHome.com is the website for Fix-It 24/7. For plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains. Now, I told you about the $39 no-risk appointment to get someone to your home to find any problem, no matter how long it takes, and then present you with a solution with a price up front, because it's no risk. Because if you don't get the work done, all you pay is $39, and if you have the work done, they credit you the $39, so the call is free. That's Fix-It 24/7. They also do an extreme clean of your air conditioner system, which is the #1 killer of all furnaces. They take that dirt out, and they do it for $39 for new customers. It's like a refurbishment of your system. That's 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. Live streams from Mars?
Are you suffering from seasonal allergies? Because you're not alone. Experts say pollen season started earlier this year and will last longer. And the folks who've never had issues...
Navage.
Doc's favorite commercial.
But I love when he says, "I invented the lavage," and I love. Of course, he loves it. He invented it, and he's making a fortune.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know if he's making a fortune.
What about other people's experiences? Like this plant. Quote, I chose Navage because of my persistent allergies. Navage works. While using it, I cut
Can you imagine working on a project like that on Mars where this thing takes off and 10 years later your rover like wakes up on Mars and is moving or something? How long does it
Why?
take?
What happened?
Well, how long does it take to get to Mars? When
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you may even retire before the part of your project even got on the...
I don't know. How long does it take to get to Mars? I
Yeah.
don't even know.
I think it's years, isn't it? Months, yeah.
How long? How long did it, what was the name of it, take for U.S. rocket to reach Mars? The spacecraft departs Earth and goes a trip to Mars. Oh, only 7 months.
Oh, okay. I thought it was longer.
A trip to Mars will take about 7 months. 300 million miles, that doesn't sound right to me. It sounds like it should make way longer than that. Wait, is this the future trip to Mars? Wait. The cruise phase begins after the space is separated from the rocket soon enough to light. It departs at 26,000 miles an hour. The trip to Mars takes approximately 7 months at about 300 million miles. During that journey, engineers have several opportunities to adjust the path. But wait, wouldn't you have thought it would be more
I
than
thought it was longer, yeah.
Let's see, if you do the math of 300 million divided by... Or does it go faster once it gets to space?
Yeah, once there's no gravity.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Joe, you have a question about hail damage. What's happening, Joe?
Yeah, Tom, I have a home in Aurora, and it has vinyl siding, and in that hailstorm we got a couple of weeks ago, it punched a bunch of holes in it, and I wanted to see what best procedure is. I know on roofs you always say call a contractor first before you call your insurance company.
Yeah. K&H Home Solutions, they have all kinds of siding that you'd want to talk to them about. And yes, the same thing. Because an adjuster is going to try to downplay the damage and not tell you what you truly need. You need someone who's going to give you the honest-to-God truth about what you need. And not someone who exaggerates, but normally a good sider, if you say, listen, I need to know what's wrong here so I can put in an insurance claim, especially K&H. I've known them for years, but we have other people as well that you can trust. You can trust Genesis Total Exteriors. They can do it. And if you go to referral list, you'll find people. But in any case, that's what you do. You have a contractor come out. I always have an independent, honest, reliable contractor come out first to let me know, so I know if the insurance company's screwing me or not.
Sure. And K&H was the one that popped into my mind first off. But is that a situation where I should get 2 or 3?
Well, there's nothing. Let's put it this way: you'll never go wrong shopping. But I want to ask you something. How much siding is damaged?
Well, it's 2 sides of the. It's like the south side and the west side has holes punched in it.
Is that 2 sides of 4 sides or 2 sides of 6 sides? How many different sides?
Yeah, it's just a simple little square.
All right, listen, here's another thing. How long has that siding been up there? Because if it is fading or anything like that, you might have to replace the whole thing. And if they go ahead.
In the past, I've tried to get replacement panels for it, and they say it's no longer available.
Yeah, so you might have to do the whole thing. You might have, and you need a public adjuster to help you fight that. If they balk at that. But yeah, K&H is great, and then Genesis. Just get a couple bids. You can't go wrong there. Both of them are on the referral list. They're good people. I'm Tom Martino. More coming up.
Tickets are only $12,000 right now, Doc. You gotta grab some. They're only $12,000 for courtside.
I'm gonna see if they take Zell.
He's got a one-and-done washer dryer combo. You load it once, and the same machine washes and dries it.
Yeah, they
I've
they
seen
used to
those,
make
yeah.
those for motorhomes.
Yeah.
I used to have one for my motorhome, but it was a little one. They didn't have a full-size one.
This report is sponsored by Mindy's $3 breakfast deal.
Plenty of slow spots throughout the Denver metro for the early afternoon. I-25 southbound up on the north end of town.
How does that work? It's got a vent somewhere,
They just
doesn't it?
drain it, and then it becomes a dryer.
Yeah, but it's ventless. It doesn't have to purge the moisture into the air.
Downtown area, closer to Commerce City, I-270 westbound between Quebec and Vasquez. Roadwork continues with, once again, about 5 minutes of delay driving through the area. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. Those clouds are rolling in from the west. We're expecting scattered thunderstorms throughout the Denver metro and the I-25 corridor before the day's end. Overall high of 73 this afternoon. The current temperature is 69 with your impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is your choice of bacon or sausage, egg or fish croissants, plus a sweet sweet potatoes for just $3. Race to a morning routine and get your $3 breakfast deal today. Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
The Biden crime syndicate. Yeah, that's not exaggerating. Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. 888heating.com says if you pick the same equipment and as they can quote, then it is a guaranteed lowest price for air conditioning. Of course, that's just apples for apples. They'll beat any price. 888heating.com, 303-770-2776. Welcome to the show. Let's talk to you. We have our car experts today, Kevin Calkin with Sheridan Auto Tech, and we have Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. And one of the biggest, one topic today was air bubbles in cooling systems and how to get rid of them, how to purge them. There really is no purging system like with a brake bleeding system or with even, does oil ever have to be purged when you
sometimes you need a prime and oil pump if you're putting a rebuilt pump or something in. Yeah.
But as far as cooling, there is no one size fits all. But there are different cooling systems, different locations of the radiators, the expansion tanks, the fill valves, whatever. So and thermostats, and it really is one where they say if you run it enough and then stop it and refill and run it, it'll eventually work itself out. But you say there are some design flaws, but that can't happen often.
It doesn't, but if you sometimes Google your car when you're doing it, you can get some little tips on filling the coolant so you don't run into it.
For your particular car.
Your particular car may have a bleeder that you didn't know about. If you open the bleeder while it's running and you're filling it, it'll purge the air out the bleeder.
If anybody has any tricks when it comes to coolant, has it ever happened to you? And does it really cause you problems? Give us a call, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's see what other calls we can use your help on. Your Tabor refund. Have you found a way to track down your Tabor refund? Are you still missing your Tabor refund? I don't recall if I got one or not. I just don't recall.
Some of them were automatically deposited, too. It wasn't all paper check.
How do you tell?
You'd have to go through your bank records and see whether or not you received that deposit.
We also talked about transmission fluids being changed. Many shops will not do filters. And the reason is for convenience. They use these bleed systems that just basically force the new fluid in, the old fluid out, and they don't take the time to actually service it. They don't drop pans. They don't go in and change filters. But that's kind of useless not to have a filter changed.
Yeah, I mean, there are some vehicles out there where you cannot change the filter unless you've got the transmission actually apart on a bench, but the majority of them, there's no reason not to drop that pan, change that filter, and get that debris out of there, because it can't be done by a flushing.
What kind have internal filters where the damn thing has to be taken apart?
There's many of the Fords and Chevys. It's integral to the case. It was more common on the Hondas. It's just the design.
So they're not made to be serviced.
They're not made to be serviced, no.
But you still change the fluid.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But then what do you do about the filter?
You just have to live with it.
It is truly a lifetime filter.
Wow. 303-713-TALK. Now, do they make synthetic transmission fluid?
Most definitely, yes. And that's
is most of it?
That's most vehicles now require some sort of synthetic fluid.
And the newer cars also synthetic oil now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Most?
Most. They're going with such a low viscosity, it has to be synthetic to keep that viscosity.
Okay.
0.010s.
Now, another one we're talking about, we got yet another problem with what I call the trifecta, but let's just take the dynamic duo right now. Sunder Energy, they sell a solar system, and then Freedom Forever is supposed to install it. Both of those companies suck, by the way. Just so you know, I would avoid Sunder Energy, and I would avoid Freedom Forever. We're getting more than one complaint about those, and they're having problems getting the systems actually turned on and running, yet people are making payments for them. Another common thing here, and I believe this came in yesterday, but people tell me it is so common, it's more common than not. That is buying concrete, flat work, sidewalks, patios, pool decks, garage floors, garage aprons, that are absolutely failing after a couple of years in Colorado. Concrete is one of the toughest jobs to get right. Almost everyone assumes now, because it is so hard to get right, that they're all supposed to have some cracking or spalling to some degree. And a great majority of contractors we've had on the show blame this mag chloride, but you can't blame mag chloride. If you do it right, you're not going to have spalling. You're not going to have cracking. So there are few people that do it right, and it's always going to be more expensive than the fly-by-nights. That's just the way it is. Or the people that don't offer written guarantees. All right, now let's talk about new cars. Are they coming out with? We talked about electric versus, regular internal combustion engines, and there's an edict to get more and more electric cars on the road. And don't they want to have all electric by 2035? Is that ridiculous or what?
Yeah.
And I said something that got the ire of some of my YouTube morons. I said, the real problem here isn't the internal combustion engine. It's our need for speed and performance. And I meant that as an exaggeration on purpose, meaning that what we call our cars to do right now compared to what they used to do, I mean, part of that is speed and combustion and going through fuel. For example, if cars went only 30 miles an hour, they would be way, 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 way less polluting. But no one is going to drive a car going 30 miles an hour because we want to get there fast. Same with airplanes, the same with boats, the same with anything we do. We are our own worst enemy. And so I jokingly started a campaign, 30 by 30. All vehicles 30 miles an hour by 2030. You think I can run for president? 30 by 30.
You can always run, yeah.
30 by 30. Anyway, in any case.
Hey, Tom, have you seen, speaking about this reduction, have you seen this thing about toroidal propellers?
What?
You know what a normal propeller looks like, right?
Yes, I do.
And a lot of the problem with decreased efficiency, noise, is that the tips are going so fast.
That's right.
That they create cavitation and noise.
Right.
They've come out with.
Well, you know why? Do you know why they create noise?
Yeah.
Because the tips
create bubbles which burst.
They're breaking the sound barrier.
Right.
Right. Okay.
So
That's
they've come out with toroidal propellers.
Toroidal.
Which are, if you think of them as a bent semicircle, they have no tips, and they're 30 to 50% more effective.
I'm googling it right now. Toroidal propellers. I see it. Yeah.
They're great for ships, and they're going to try them on airplanes as well. But for ships, they're a tremendous leap forward.
Toroidal propellers? I see it. I'm trying to get a handle of what it looks like close up. But it is a propeller with no tip.
Right.
Because they're circular in nature.
They're toroidal.
Or teardrop.
Yeah.
Toroidal,
Right.
okay, yeah. Toroidal is the shape, I take it, right? I've never heard the term before, actually. But I see it now, yes.
You probably didn't take solid geometry when you were in school.
I just don't recall toroidal. I don't recall that term. I'm just going to be the first to admit it. I'm not like Mark and I pretend I know. Or I Google it real quick. This is phenomenal. Wait, do you know, I think there is a fan that does this as well. I'm trying to think what fan. I've seen fans.
Is it Dyson?
No, Dyson is like them. No, but I've seen fans like this. So it's a great idea. The
one of the
propellers.
great applications, Tom, is on drones, because one of the problems with delivery drones is that they make too much noise and people are upset.
Now,
by it.
are these pretty damn quiet?
Yeah, they're much quieter. Apparently, there's a range of hertz that is very annoying to the human ear. I don't remember exactly what it is, but by changing the hertz of the signal, it's much less annoying to humans. Plus, it's being much lower. So they're really looking at it for delivery drones, which will make a big improvement in their capabilities to deliver packages.
That's pretty fascinating. So we got to mark this day down because Doc actually said something fascinating. Anyway, 303-713-8255.
Yeah, here's some good images of them here.
What's that?
There's some good images of them here.
I know it is. I've seen them.
But on drones, it's incredible.
Yeah,
how much
they've got a
noise
drone right
reduction.
here. With it.
What?
There's a drone right here with
yeah.
it.
The noise reduction is tremendous.
It's Joe on.
And you see that? Go down again. Go down. Oh, you see that?
Yep.
That graph.
Jordan.
The difference between the red and the blue, that's in the hertz that are most annoying to the human ear.
Sure.
Was a huge difference.
Let's talk to Jordan Ciano with mymoney.myway.com. We had a seminar, and we talked about financial growing old and financial obligations, responsibilities, benefits, disadvantages, and how to basically position yourself to be in a secure setting. So, Jordan, one of the things, though, you want to follow up on is the people who were there. You want to help them. And what are you doing for them?
Yeah, and we had just such a great response. I mean, seriously, it was incredible to have the house packed. We almost got to a point of turning people away, I felt like.
Yeah.
But we were helping people really just get financial freedom. I mean, helping them safeguard their money, whether it's in the market, from IRAs, 401ks, pensions, annuities, that kind of stuff, as well as we had our CPA there for tax benefits, a real estate expert to help with mortgages, reverse mortgages, just to help answer all the questions. So that's what we're doing with anybody that's attended the seminar. We're able to help kind of sit down with them, go through that. Anybody who didn't attend, still give us a call, and we'd be more than happy to sit down with you and help answer these questions.
And what are most people concerned with?
I would say just the fear of two things. The stock market, where their money's going to be in these next following months with the debt ceiling and everything, as well as taxes. We all know that taxes are going to have to go up. And this is what we specialize in with both products. One is to become the banker life insurance, specializing on tax-free money, and then the guaranteed pension account, which builds up money away from the stock market. You still get the earnings, but no losses. That's the key.
Now, with the annuity, if you do not put if you don't put retirement money in there, if you just put regular money in there, are you taxed every year on the earnings, or are they still deferred?
Great question. They are deferred. You only are taxed when you start taking money out, and that's for all that money. Unless it's Roth money, you won't be taxed. But, of course, if it's...
That's wonderful. So you don't have to have a retirement money going in there to be tax deferred. You can have regular money that you've already paid tax on. The earnings be tax deferred with one of these.
That's exactly true.
Okay, and to find out more, you can get a personal meeting with either Jordan or Joe at 303-779-6600, 779-6600, or go to the website mymoneymyway.com. Now, let's talk about another financial situation when you lose something like wages or vacations or pleasure or anything to do with being injured in an accident. You can depend on John Fuller to fight tenaciously for you to get you the monetary compensation for those losses. But here's what's different about John Fuller and his law firm. It's not a giant law firm. It's smaller by design. He'll only take as many cases as he can personally work. No giant call centers. He doesn't have dozens and dozens of attorneys. He talks to you. He evaluates your case free of charge. Then he takes your case on a percentage fee basis and negotiates the best settlements for you. And that is John Fuller. Call and notice the difference. 303-597-4500, 597-4500, myaccidentlawyer.co. Another phone call where you'll notice a difference is with the Art of Granite, because you're going to get a price on the phone. No businesses like giving prices on the phone. Come on. Have you ever tried it? You say, hey, how much is this going to cost? Well, you got to come in or we have to meet. Oh, really? The Art of Granite will give you a price based on the square footage and a brief description of the job. They do not just granite, they do any countertop material, okay? Natural or man-made. TheArtofGranite.com. They tear out and haul away free. They do the bathroom free when you do the kitchen, and they'll give you a price right now. 303-386-5919, 386-5919, TheArtofGranite.com.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Another round of rain on the way for your Friday temperature today in the low 70s with the partly cloudy skies with a chance of rain as we get into this afternoon and evening. I'm Fox 31 weather meteorologist Sandy Burton.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses.
Trump should just get a fucking haircut and stop the comb. He'd be taking
looks
more
ridiculous.
What?
Yeah.
Stop the fake tan and stop the comb over.
Mr. Orange, they call him. Orange
Although
man.
he's way less orange nowadays. Have you noticed?
Hey, since we're slow, there's a question, a car question on the text line.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to go to it. It's like 2010.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, a 2010 Chevy HHR, brake bulbs, headlights burn out constantly. Brake lights melted in the lens, even. What the hell does that mean? What's going on? He's getting an overvoltage, yes, no, or would that be...
Yeah, they're not getting put in properly or something. They're touching,
Well, wait a minute. But if it's all lights, it's the bulbs, it's the brake and headlights. So would an overvoltage do that? Not an overamp. No? Are you sure? Okay.
It'd be hard to just have an overvoltage. You'd have an overcharging on the entire car.
Okay, so there would be other problems.
Yeah, you couldn't grab extra
What
voltage.
the heck would cause? Could it be it
could be vibration if he's on dirt roads
brake
a lot.
lights melting. Does he have the wrong size bulbs in
Yeah,
there?
brake lights. Probably the headlights are melting. The other lights aren't on. They don't get near as hot.
He says brake lights melted lens.
Well,
that doesn't.
It
Man,
had
if
to
you
come
could
out of the
call in,
socket.
if you could call in, you got to call in, man, because we're reading this, and I have a whole bunch of questions to follow up. That sounds almost impossible to me that's happening. All right, so when we were talking about romance scams, I didn't get to telling you. California has the most victims and the most dollars lost. $158 million in a year. $158 million.
Tom, do you think it's correlated with population?
Well, yeah, that amount is.
No,
yes.
no, but the fact that California has the most romance scams is because they have the biggest population, except for New York.
No, because they're not ranked. They're ranking per capita. Texas, Florida, New York, then Arizona. The top 10 here. This is what they are from 1 to 10: California, Texas, Florida, New York, Arizona, Virginia, Washington State, Ohio, North Carolina, and Illinois. Now, Colorado, out of 50 states, where do you think it ranks? Where is it?
37th.
Man? Hold on, I'm going to find it. Colorado, is number 16.
Wow.
For romance scams. New Jersey is just ahead of us, and right below us is Georgia. And the least, as I said, the least amount of scams, Vermont, where all the ugly people are. And then Wyoming. Never mind. South Dakota.
Nobody lives in Wyoming.
South Dakota, Rhode Island. These are at the lower, and Maine, of course. So, and speaking of romance scams, the most common romance scam is what? What would you think it is? Catfishing, right? Catfishing. Where you're in touch with someone and you think that it is someone else, and it's not. They send phony pictures, phony bios, and they want you to send them money so they can come and see you. For some reason or another, they're rich, but can't put their hands on the money right now. And you pay to get them over here. Or,
Tom,
isn't that what
wherever.
Doc got bumped for that time?
I had some lady call me up and was convinced that Paul Simon was going to come and marry her. Not any Paul Simon.
No.
The Paul Simon.
No, it wasn't Paul Simon, was it?
No,
because we had Eva, and we don't know where Eva is anymore, but she thought Barry Gibb.
Well,
you sure it wasn't Barry Gibb? It's Paul Simon.
This
Okay.
is Paul Simon, and he needed money from her to bring his band over to the States. Now, if you think it's the real Paul Simon...
Well, Paul Simon is in the States. He's American.
No, he was overseas, and he needed to bring his band back into the country, and he needed money from her.
And you got this at ARP?
Yeah.
AARP. He volunteers over there. Isn't that weird? We got one from Eva. Now, Eva believed that Barry Gibb... Is it Gibbs? Barry Gibbs or Gibb. Barry Gibb's one of the not of the Bee Gees, but the brother of the Bee Gees or something, or cousin, whatever. The younger one that wasn't in the Bee Gees. Isn't that Barry? And okay, no, she was talking about Barry. I guess she was talking about the Bee Gees. So anyway, yes, and she's convinced that he sent her a signal through a song. And she gave us the lyrics of the song saying, see, he's talking to me. Ooh. Oh, whatever happened to Eva? I wonder if the brain tumor got her. And the reason I say that is because she talked like she had a brain tumor. She was convinced that he was talking to her through music. And I was just kidding. I hope she doesn't have a tumor, my God. But I hope she's just plain crazy and can live a long time crazy. Because we know that Andy Gibb wasn't communicating with her. I mean, Barry Gibb. Andy's the baby. That's the other one. So, we also had a romance scam where the kids called us and said the mom is convinced that this South American pilot is coming to see her if she sends him money. They could not stop her. We Googled, searched the photo. He was not from South America. He was from Illinois. And he was a regular guy, and on Facebook, and somebody hijacked his photo. Same thing happened with a female picture. You know, if you Google search these photos, you'll find out where they come from most of the time. Now, except for one thing, guess what's happening now with romance scams I'm looking at? Artificial intelligence. They're coming up with photos or something that's supposed to be a photo, and the person doesn't even exist. So if you Google it, you're not going to find the person. Why? Because AI just drew it. Can you believe that? That's amazing. So artificial intelligence draws, well, it looks like a photo. I say drawing, but they give you a photo of somebody that doesn't even exist, so you can't Google it because it's not going to come up with a hit.
And Tom, once these people get involved, they can't be convinced that it's a scam. I mean, I've had countless calls from families asking for advice on how to convince these people. You can't do it. The only way to do it is to get control of their bank accounts. But you cannot convince them that it's a scam.
On a serious note, the scam starts with just plain interest. They have interest in you. They don't ask you for anything. And what they do, the very clever ones, present a problem to you. Like they have money, but it's in the States, and they have to get it, but they can't get here because their money's in the States. And they present a problem to you where you, as the victim, offer a suggestion like...
You solve their problem.
Like this. Yep. Rather than them asking you, they get to a point, and they know how to do it so well that you, the victim now I'm speaking, end up saying, well, I'll loan you the money. Don't worry about it. I'll loan you the money. Yeah. And then when they tell their kids about it, the kids say, Mom, that's a scam. Dad, that's a scam. And the parents say, no, no, no. He didn't even ask for it. I volunteered it. We had someone call the show, another one who called the show that this was happening to. And she actually listened to us because she allowed us to Google the photo and call the guy. And we exposed him on the air, and it saved her from sending him $10,000.
Wow.
I remember this. And she was lonely, you could tell, and she wasn't that old. She was in her, I think, late 40s. Anyway,
hey, Tom,
romance scams, number one.
Is it illegal? If that happens, if you volunteer to send money, is that a crime?
No, hold on. Yeah, it's fraud in the inducement. Is that what you mean?
Well, I'm asking.
Well, it's based on lies. They're extorting money from you because it's based... When you take money illegally for lying, cheating, defrauding, yeah, that's fraud. It's fraud. Even though you voluntarily did it, like people voluntarily invest money. Of course you will if I say you're going to get, 100% returns. You're going to voluntarily do it, but it was fraud in the inducement of that. So it's terrible. Now, of these scams, I'm going to go over the general scams. Tech scams, tech support scams. They get control of your computer. I bet you get a lot of that at AARP, right?
Amazing. Well, it's a lot of it is older folks who see something come up on the screen. They don't know about the computers, so they automatically click on it.
Employment scams, tons of them. Now, the one thing about an employment scam that gets weird is they pay you, but they're paying you with someone else's company's check with a bad routing number or a bad account number on it, so it goes into a dead file. You don't find out it's bad because what they say is, we're going to pay you, and then you have to pay for expenses for the company, and then they have you pay for other things as the secretary or admin, and then you're stuck with those bills. You just bought me plane tickets and a bunch of stuff. You're stuck with those bills because the check I sent you is no good. So that goes along with employment scams, but there are a lot of other takes on employment scams. Payment scams of all kinds, where they overpay you for something to pay the mover, the transporter, whatever. The transporter, mover, or whatever comes to your door, and that's part of the scam. The other one, tech support, we talked about. Impersonation scams. See, this one is where they impersonate someone from the bank or from this or from that, and then they tell you on the phone. This is the most insidious. Remember, they're logging on to your account. Somehow they know your email, and then they know they put in the wrong password, right? In some cases, they put in the right password. Or they say forget password. Now, here's the thing about forget password. With forget password, they might text you a code. This person calls you and says, we're from so-and-so trying to stop a fraud. We just texted you a code. And all of a sudden, you give them that code, and then you reset your password or get into your account. There's all kinds of variations on it. The other one, utility scams. Your utilities are going to be turned off if you don't pay. Another one is fake websites that are simply clones of your bank's website or another website. And then we said the romance schemes. Charity schemes are a big one. Debt relief.
How about the grandparent scam?
That's down here, too. That's down here. Lottery scams, and then the grandparent. Grandparent is where a voice is on the phone. They say, Mom or Grandma, Granddad, and they say, Earl, is this you or whoever? Yes, it is. And then they're geniuses how they do this. Another one, a puppy scam. They take pictures.
Oh, huge scam.
It is.
People look for puppies online, and they send them a picture. They send money for deposit.
They show the puppy being put in a crate and all of that. We bought the crate for you.
And then you have to buy insurance for the crate. You have to have special channeling charges, and there's never a real puppy that's being sent.
Now, this is one where a friend of mine got popped for $60,000. Listen to this. I don't know how they do it exactly, but you receive an email. One of his customers got an email. They knew that this customer did business with him, and it was for an invoice. They must hack their email or something, but they divert the payment to a fake payment site that goes to the scammer. So, for example, Kevin, let's say you work on my car, and you did some major work, and I owe you $3,000. This one buys away $60,000. It can be big, but let's say I owe you $3,000, and you give me a payment portal. I go and pay it, but you don't get it. Okay, because the guy I was talking to was not from Sheridan Auto Tech. It was someone else who knows I do business with Sheridan, but they tell me, you owe this money. Kevin asked that you make the payment online.
And you never caught me, Tom.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, seriously, when it comes to payments, these payment portals, they hijack payments that were supposed to be going to a legit company, and that company ends up with their customer getting screwed, and they both got screwed. So what do? Do you say to your customer, wait a minute, that wasn't my fault? Because technically it's not your fault. It's not your fault if someone tricks your customer into paying them instead of you. It's not your but you may lose that customer, forever.
Exactly.
You know, with the grandparent scam, it's always they're in an accident and they broke their nose, and that's why they don't sound exactly like.
Not always, though. Sometimes the grandparents don't even fucking care.
No, but a lot of times they do that so they don't sound.
They're just stupid. Yeah.
I told you my dad got one of those calls, and they said the guy that was on the phone, it's like your oldest grandson's in jail. They got in a fight at the party in spring break.
Right.
And, you know.
Oh, without talking to the grandparents.
Without talking to the grandparents, and they just kept saying it's your oldest grandson. I'm like, dad was suffering from dementia. He didn't remember which one of his grandsons was the oldest. So the guy on the other end of the phone thought my dad was screwing with him, and he just hung up.
No, that's
But he
good.
wouldn't mention the name. That's what he's trying to get him to do, is to say the name of the grandson.
Chance of scattered thunderstorms, high of 73 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 69 degrees. With your impact traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 6:30 KL.
Hey, this weekend, some new oil Brooklyn Blizzard.
That's what I told him. Was my kids calling us because I told them no and left them there. So don't bail them out.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney I hope you never need, but if you do need him, don't shop under pressure. That's why I've done the shopping for you. I know Joe, and I know he can help you no matter what the issue. Whether you made a stupid mistake or you're falsely accused, whatever it is, including DUIs, he can help you. Sometimes helping you is just getting through the system. LazzaraLegal.com, Lazzara. You can call him for free initial consultations, and then he'll quote you a flat rate price for everything. So there's no nickel and diming. 303-429-6200. 429-6200. If you have a fire, a flood, a broken pipe, black mold, asbestos, sewage backup, unattended death, even a meth lab at maybe a rental property, American Restoration 24/7 is the only company I would call. It's the one I recommend for my friends and relatives. The people you should call because they have the EPA certifications, the knowledge, know-how, the professional associations, and the employees to get the job done right. You don't want your insurance company picking a company that's going to get in there cheap and dirty because your insurance pays once and then they're done. You need someone who will stick with you through the entire process. You don't want your insurance picking it. You want to pick the company. American Restoration 24/7. 8337-AM-REST. 8337-AM-REST. Or online, amrest247.com.
Looks like that HHR's problems are not uncommon.
That's what I'm reading too.
Which one was
Problem,
that?
The one with the melting bolts.
Why the fuck did that happen, though?
With bad sockets, bad wiring.
Bad grounds, corrosion buildup, moisture in the wiring.
Yeah, some of them are actually getting hot enough they're burning through the lenses.
And they're talking about cleaning up ground contacts and all kinds of issues on them.
You know what? I'm looking to go across the back of my hangar with metal siding, vertical, like on the outside, just exactly the same thing as on the outside. I want to put on the inside. I want to do it along the back wall where I have that puffy insulation, because that insulation is getting all poked and shit.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, it looks nice when it's new, but I want to put it. I want to go up 8 feet with a trim cap on it. I'm sure just a fucking siding, and I have the 2 stringers, I have 3, I guess, stringers, medium, high, and low, steel stringers. You know, so and a lot of those just in that hanger right now, on the other walls, they just screw into each other and they don't need a lot of string because they're not corrugated, but they're ribbed.
Yep.
So I wonder where I can find someone just to install that back wall. It's like 60 feet. So it's 60 by 8 foot. That would be a lot of square footage, right? It can't be that expensive though, right? But because it's an easy installation, it's just straight across the back.
There's no cutting. There's
one door and one window.
Yeah.
But that's it. It's a straight across. And where you get to the big giant beams, the ones that go up that way to the ceiling, you can just go up to it. I don't need to go around that. So that's 60 times 8. 400. That's only 480 square feet. Can't be that terrible.
No, that's
a few grand. I mean,
it's like putting up a fence practically.
That's exactly what it's like. And the stringers are already there. Hi, we got the guy calling us. I'm Tom Martino. By the way, Ideal Home Loans still doing home loans with the interest rate guarantee, so if rates go down, yeah, they'll refinance you free of charge. 303-867-7000, idealhomeloans.com with an interest rate guarantee. Hey, Jake, you texted us about your brake light issue. Your brake lights actually melted the lens?
Yeah, not like the whole lens, but if you look at the actual lens, you could see there's like circles of it actually melting it. And when I switched it out, it is like extremely hot to the touch. I can't even hold it.
Mm-hmm. And do they burn out a lot?
Yeah, I've already replaced the headlights once and the brake lights once.
What kind of headlights? Are they bulbs or are they are they entire lamps?
No, they're bulbs.
Okay, you Googled that and saw that this is a problem?
This is not an uncommon problem for the HHR.
What is it caused by?
It's got a few different causes. I mean, the sockets themselves wear out, and it causes additional resistance.
Shorting or what? Resistance.
It causes additional resistance.
And resistance equals heat. Right.
You better believe it. Some of the wiring was actually too small. Putting a larger gauge wire on there has done a lot of help. And
like a larger gauge wire
on the ground side especially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the grounds. Yep, 100%. Cleaning the grounds themselves. Anytime you're creating that resistance, you're developing heat.
Can you get to the socket where you can pull it out?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, you might want to run a new ground wire from that socket to ground.
You may have to replace the sockets themselves.
Are they melted or?
Yeah, the whole socket.
Oxidated? What causes the resistance?
They get too loose. Okay, so you're not getting good fit. And that's causing resistance, and that's causing heat.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see where that would happen.
Yep.
And that would also cause mini arcing, which burns out your bulbs.
Very much so.
Exactly.
And a circuit breaker wouldn't pick up on that.
It's all the same problem, yes.
Yeah, Jake, that's what it sounds like. Ground and fit. So I bet you if you run new grounds and replace the sockets for both bulbs or both sets of bulbs, you'll be fine.
Yeah, and clean existing grounds.
Wow. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Now, we had another text about how important, on an engine, the coolant, he wants to know why do some have air-cooled? Are there still air-cooled cars?
I can't think of any.
What used to be air-cooled?
Yeah, Volkswagens were air-cooled.
But not anymore?
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Okay. So you need a fan, and obviously you can't. I mean, just air running through the radiator is not going to do it.
No, but I mean, you also had aluminum or magnesium blocks, and then they had fins on them, so you increase the surface area in order to keep them cool.
But there are no air-cooled cars any longer, right?
Not
now. Hold on. Electric cars don't have any cooling, right?
No, they shouldn't need them.
Mm-mm.
No,
not at all.
So you know what you eliminate with an electric car? All of the maintenance. Look at the systems.
All the fluids.
You eliminate all the fluids.
Yeah.
And then where do you oil? You oil or you just grease, really.
They're sealed units.
The motors themselves, but then greasing. Do you grease ball joints and?
They're all sealed units.
Come on,
There's no grease zerks on anything anymore.
Really?
No.
So what happens? Then if
throw
you
them
blow
away
a
and get
seal,
new ones.
if you blow a seal, you got to do a new one.
Yep.
I wonder what the what do I want to say? How hardy are the Tesla ones then?
I don't have a lot of experience with those yet.
Yeah, time's going to tell.
Yeah.
I knew one person. I don't know if they were lying to me. They had a Tesla for 100,000 miles and said they did nothing to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, zero. I'm not talking about tires, of course.
Sure. Well, there's a lot of vehicles who work.
Not even brakes, by the way, at
Yeah.
100 because they have the braking when you pull off the gas.
Exactly. Yeah.
Wow, that's cool.
We get a lot of cars that don't require maintenance for 100,000 miles. Just repairs and a lot of repairs at 100,000 miles.
Yeah, for the poor slob who bought it at 80,000 miles. Yeah.
This is a no-maintenance vehicle, baby. You'll love it.
Ugh.
Well, really, I had a lot of thunder by my house. Do you have a lot of thunderstorms?
Yesterday we had a
Yeah.
dump.
We've been we've been getting more and more severe over by the shop.
Yeah.
We had good hail again over yesterday at Lincoln I-25.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
I haven't seen this.
Okay, I got it.
I haven't seen hail this year yet.
You know, having good products and services is a good thing, but the best thing, in addition to good products and services, is to having a reliable company. When you put it all together like K&H Home Solutions, then you got the whole package. K&H Home Solutions has been around more than 65 years. 3 owners. I've known them all, including the current owner, Lee Diamond. It's a company you can trust on your home for maintenance-free upgrading that'll give you more time. Not only beautify your home. Think about that. Siding with no maintenance, windows and doors with no maintenance, exterior doors especially with no maintenance. You know, think about it. And vinyl windows, of course, I've had on my home for years. They're wonderful. That's khwindows.com is the website because that was their original name. KH Home Solutions, K&H Home Solutions, 303-421-7100. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is made up of a group of people that are mostly related, of the dad, the principals, the son and son-in-law, and then, of course, they have a host of others that help you prepare for retirement. And I'm talking about looking at your entire situation, your insurance, your long-term care, your health insurance even, your mortgages, your investments, your income, your retirement accounts. They put it all together for a plan. They tell you where you're short, where you're going to be short, or where you have some redundancy, where you can cut back on some things. They save you money and then make recommendations for a secure retirement. And what I love is they take people from all income brackets and all walks of life. It would behoove you to get a free consultation from them. They are sponsors on the show, and I personally work with them for my own retirement. You should too. rpcenter.com. 970-663-3211. 970-663-3211. We're going to be fucked up when we come back because of me. Always my fault. So I never knew toroid is a donut shape. All you had to say was a fucking donut propeller. But you had to say toroid.
Because it's not, a donut is symmetrical.
Well, donuts aren't all symmetrical.
Fucking toroid.
It's a twisted donut.
No, it is. I know. You know, that is a brilliant design.
It is. They've been working on it for years.
No, I'm looking at it because you're thinking what a great rotor that would be for a helicopter.
Yeah.
Because it'd be less maintenance too. Because you know what wears them out is these fucking.
Well, like I said, they're trying them on drones, So maybe the next step will be to try them on a helicopter. Because a drone is...
The way FAA works, do you know it's like getting an FDA drug approved? You have to go through so much destructive testing, no one can fucking afford it. I swear to God.
It'd have to go through military testing first. That's the only way you're going to get the money for it.
It is unbelievable how long it takes to get something approved. And then once it's approved, you got to... Yeah, I told you one time. There were TT straps which hold on the blades. They're clamped, and they twist. And so they allow for movement. They're round steel, like stainless steel wire, like figure 8 wound. They're wounded. Anyway, the whole principle is to allow flex, right? Without having joints, but just a flex. So you're, okay. One set failed in Costa Rica after thousands of hours sitting on the fucking beach and then flying. Because of that, every single helicopter, that's Bell and Enstrom, every one that has TT straps, they made an edict. You must replace them at 2,000 hours. 2,000 hours is nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Or 2 years. In 2 years, I fly a few hundred hours, maybe, and I have to throw fucking brand new TT straps away, and they're $2,000 each.
Wow.
Or $2,300 each. Okay, now, or no, they were $3,000 this year. Now they've extended them to 3 years.
Big whoop.
After, oh my God, it's the biggest waste of natural resources. They won't let you inspect it. They will not let. It's not upon inspection that you. They're all trash, all over the country. That is. I mean, thousands and thousands just trash. You don't send it back to be refurbished. They're trash.
I bet the company loved that.
Well, yeah, there was one company that made them, but now other people have gotten into because they make them. They claim better, and that like this one had 2-year straps, and then Airwolf got in and made 3-year straps. They're going for 5 years.
Can they make them out of carbon fiber instead of steel?
I don't know. No, well, that would be another process from the ground up. It would take years to be approved.
Really?
Yeah, they're wound stainless wire.
Right, but I'm saying, but if you have wound carbon fiber wires, it might be, maybe it'd be 10 years. Because they don't rust.
You wouldn't have the corrosion. Yeah.
Right.
It's so, the waste that we put shit through. Oh, look at that. Look at that. UFO shit. That's fucking fucked up, man. Look at that. I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Drew, what's going on with you, Drew?
Hi,
Hey.
Tom. I hope you're okay, and thank you for being a...
Hey, Drew,
good
I haven't heard
Samaritan.
from you in a while. What's going on, sir?
Well, I've helped out many people, as you know.
Yes, sir.
And I was helping out an elderly woman who was evicted, and she was an alcoholic. The man who came to pick her up at my place acted like a lunatic, so I called it into the police, and the police told me that they hated her because she was an alcoholic, and they weren't going to help her. So I reported it to the chief of
When you
police.
said she was being evicted and being picked up, did she know the person picking her up?
No.
Well, wait a minute. Was like an Uber driver, you mean?
No, it was a guy. I couldn't take her in, and he said he would take her in and take care of her, but no.
But how did she meet this guy? I mean, who is he? Some guy off the street said, I'm going to take her in and take care of her, but who is he?
We didn't know. We took a chance because she was sleeping on the grass.
But Drew, okay, she was sleeping outside. This is so kind of you to care so much, but then some guy saw her sleeping on the grass and said, I'll help you?
He heard about it, called me, and when he arrived, he acted like a lunatic. So I called the
In
police.
what way was he a lunatic?
Well, he was screaming, "Everybody stay away from Stacy. She's mine now. Get away." I mean, that's bizarre. And as it turns out, I was correct.
How did he find out about her, by the way?
I don't know.
So the police would not investigate, and so where is she now?
I don't know where she is now, but the police wanted me to lie with them. I refused to lie.
What do you mean
I
lie with
reported
them? Would he lie about what?
To say that the jurisdiction was another locality, Greenbrook.
All right, I want you to hold on. Here's what I want to do. I hate doing this to you for a problem like this. But Kachina Kalori, let's get him on next show, okay? Let's get him on. Hold on, Drew. We'll get you back on to talk about this. I'm Tom Martino. Don't forget SheridanAutotech.com, Kimmer Transmission, which is transmissionsdenver.com, and save all your problems for me.
He's a frequent flyer.
Yeah.
Oh, you know him?
I've heard the voice before. It's very distinctive. Play golf this weekend, Doc?
I'm going to.
Good.
The freaking thunderstorms don't stop.
Yeah. You see lightning, just hand your club to the guy next to you.
Where do you like playing the most?
What, my
Where
club?
I am?
At my club. So I don't have to pay for it.
Fellas. Hey, bro.
What's going on?
What's up?
You got some bourbon, cream, and root beer?
I do. When are you going to come back for some?
Damn it. I can't.
Bourbon and root beer?
Oh, my God. It's
It doesn't
so
sound right.
It
It's
don't
Oh,
sound right.
man. I never had anything
It's
so
bourbon cream from Buffalo Trace.
Okay.
I learned how to make the drink at Buffalo Trace. So it's a portion of ice cold root beer, and then a portion of the bourbon cream.
It does sound wrong.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Have a good weekend.
See you next week.
Have
See
a
you on
wonderful
Monday.
weekend. Don't get hurt playing golf.
When are you going hunting again, bro?
I've just got
Next season. What is it?
My next tag is, well, I got turned off the pronghorn, so I've got my first bear opens up in September.
Oh, really?
So then it runs all 4.
That's bear. But no
Bear.
one eats bear.
Yeah, I eat bear.
And then I'll help you out.
I heard it was greasy.
It is.
Can be, yeah.
Ooh, excuse me, guys.
So,
Sorry.
but my bear tag goes all rifle seasons.
What do you use?
Just 300 for you. All right. Have a wonderful weekend.
See you guys.
See you, brother. See you. You too.
I'll see you Monday.
Tom, I really do want you to do Twisted View again with us.
Just tell me when I'll do
Okay,
it. Next
awesome.
week, I'll do it.
Yeah, sweet, awesome.
Doesn't have anything in your June folder.
Oh, there it is, my briefcase. Sorry. I thought it was in the studio.
Where were the headphones you used?
Here.
No, the ones I specifically gave you.
The ones you specifically gave me were there.
Okay, these?
Yeah.
Perfect. Because they're marked.
Yeah.
Where did you put it?
I have no idea. I sent them to him this morning.
Oh, he was doing Ross.
Yeah, I knew that, but I sent him that. I sent him a bunch of audio clips too.
I'm calling.
Okay.
Wake his ass.
Yeah, because like it's kind of a big deal because that's what I was prepared to do. I can resend them to you.
Yeah, but I don't have access to the X drive, so there's no way I can get them on there. Hey, it's me. Did you put Leland's stuff that he sent you this morning? I can't find it in the X drive. For the second segment? Okay. He can pull it from his email into Audition? Okay. I can probably show him how to do that. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright, bye.
So if you go pull them up in your email and put them in the X drive, then you can open them up in Audition, and I can help you with that.
I don't know how to get another page open.
So, like minimize these. Click here. Google.
I don't have my email password saved in here. I have no idea.
Alright, let me go stop the stream and I will be right back, okay?
Particularly the new lands and council, to significantly increase the amount of funding for traffic safety projects and public transit.
The updated plan, which is anticipated to take 6 years to implement, is to prioritize more infrastructure for pedestrians and bicyclists. Improvements are promised to be made with traffic incidents are greater. Officials will also work to reduce speed limits across the city. The Nuggets are taking a one-game Canuck lead over the Heat in the NBA Finals after last night's 104-93 win. Nikola Jokic had a triple-double. The two-time MVP finished with 27 points, 10 rebounds, and 14 assists in his NBA Finals debut. Game 2 is Sunday night at Ball Arena. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer. Now, in Tech Traffic. District